trail. Joey's. Please be seated. Madam Secretary, would you determine the quorum, please?
Okay. We have some members on telephone, so I'll still call their names out. We have Tim Hale. I'll go on. Stephanie Nowers. Dee McKee. Here. Rob Yent.
Here.
Moki Tu.
Here.
Dmitry Fanov. Ron Bernier.
Here.
Great. And I'll go back to Tim Hale. Okay, we'll move on to the school board. Tom Berkey.
Present.
Kendall Cruz.
Present.
Jubilee Underwood. Present. Jacob Butcher.
Present.
Boldy Larson.
Present.
Ted Swanson.
Present.
And Catherine McComb. Present. Tim Hale, one more try. And Stephanie Nowers.
Okay, we do have a quorum of both bodies. So, can I have a motion to second for the agenda?
Move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Okay, is there any objection? Hearing none, the agenda is approved. Okay, moving on to item 5 is audience participation. Okay, Liz?
We have a list. First on the phone, we have Vic Bonoff.
Do we need to read the rules first?
We don't have
Don't
rules
have
for
rules.
it.
Anything good?
Is Vic Bonoff on the telephone? Okay, I'm going to skip down to number 3. That would be Jackie Goforth. And we'll come back to the 2 people that are on the phone.
Thank you, Assembly. It's not on the press button. I don't see one.
Thank you.
My name is Jackie Ivy Goforth. I sent a message today, so I'm going to read it. Something strange is going on in the MatSu school district. First, I heard of a baseball coach resigning or facing firing for a video purporting to show that he called children under his tutelage inappropriate and sexually explicit demeaning names. Then a wrestling coach is allegedly fired for also allegedly having sexually inappropriate issues with underage minors in a hot tub. Then there's the AGG teacher who was allegedly caught sending inappropriate sexually explicit photos to another underage minor. I've also heard the principal of Palmer High School has allegedly resigned without warning, no reason given. Not to mention that school libraries throughout the valley are allegedly teeming with sexually inappropriate books. And all of this is going on without any update or warning to any parent or concerned citizen in the valley. And now there has been a grooming incident that allegedly happened March 23rd to 24th at a book fair in the Teeland Middle School. I am the mother of 6 children. They are now adults. And even if I was childless, however, I would still be appalled, outraged, and disgusted that anyone was allowed to feature LGBTQ books at a book fair. That is a direct violation of the Alaska statute. If you haven't noticed, it says, no program can include content involving human reproduction or sexual matters provided to the child. It is beyond my comprehension why anyone who must have a working knowledge of English would consider anything involved with LGBTQ as not being a sexual matter. I also cannot fathom why the Teeland Middle School administration felt it necessary to skirt this statute and allow these books to be offered anywhere in the school building when employment requires them to oversee the education of children. As such, the administration should be scrupulous about doing everything legally required for a principal and librarian in not pushing a clear political agenda that no one can support with science-based research. In short, LGBTQ transgender is a lie. No individual with an XX chromosome can ever become male, and no individual with an XY chromosome can ever be a female. You will fail. These are scientific, indisputable facts. Anything else is a provable lie, and period. The actions of the Teelan Middle School administration demonstrate they do not possess the qualifications necessary to oversee the education of anyone, especially children. They are both sexual groomers, plain and simple. In fact, it appears from my opening statement that the entire school district may have this issue in every school. I demand an inquiry, investigation into those allegations I listed on my opening statement, as well as the removal of the principal and librarian of Teelan Middle School and anyone else who was involved immediately. I happen to be very tall. I wanted to be petite. When I was 11 years old, I was 5'8", and there was a petite section in the store, and I wanted to be petite so badly because they had cute clothes. And my mother said, "You can never be petite." Imagine if somebody had decided to cut some of my legs off so I could be petite. If I decide to take hormones, does that make me a male? No. If I decide to put parts on, does that make me a male? No. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Chris Tyree.
I'm Chris Tyree, and I have sent you guys a packet with 6 pages. It's got the law of Alaska on it, and it's got a Newsmax article of what it says in some of the books that are being allowed in the libraries and in the schools. And they're very explicit, they're awful. Those things are not for children, not even high school children. This is the law 9.28.02. I sent you a picture of the New World Order book that's been written by the people that are trying to do a New World Order. The middle part is exactly what you guys are doing. Homosexual marriages will be legalized. Parents will not be allowed to raise their children. The state will. All women will be employed by the state and not allowed to be homemakers. Divorce will be rampant. They will be allowed. Marriages will be slowly phased out. The government will become the owner of all the factories of production, and private ownership of property will be outlawed. Religion will be outlawed, and believers will be either eliminated or imprisoned. There will be a new religion, the worship of man in his mind. All will believe in the new religion. This is the stuff that you guys are leading our children into with introducing all this stuff. It's all about changing society, socially engineering our children, because this book right here does say that's all about is socially adapting our children, not teaching them academics. And if you read the history of the educators at the beginning, they were all a bunch of homosexual men. Perversion, that's all about. That's all this is. And this is wrong to do to children. My parents kept me innocent. I like to be an innocent. There was a lot of stuff I didn't know until I was older. And I'm glad for it. Why would you guys want to tell children to keep secrets? That's the beginning of teaching a child that they can be trafficked or molested. So, you know, where are the adults in the room? Where are the adults? This is stupid. Adults are supposed to say no to mutilation of children, to everything that's going on. Have you been hearing how these children are trying to have a vagina? And guess what? It's growing back in because it wasn't made like that. You guys need to stop and think about what you're doing. This is perversion. And you're leading our children to communism and enslavement. And none of you over here care. And it makes me mad every time I talk to all of you people in the school. You think it's funny that parents don't like this.
Please.
Thank you. That's all.
Miss Mowers arrived at 6:09.
Next is Cindy Hutchins.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Hutchins, and I'm here to talk about the same thing as everybody else. The sexualization and the grooming of our children, and there seems to be an awful lot of it going on in this school district, as everywhere else. We should be above that, though. We kind of set a precedent with voting to not let boys in girls' locker rooms or in girls' sports, and that was awesome. So now we need to take care of our kids in this other way. We have coaches, teachers, principals that are either quitting or being fired, and the ones that are resigning, we don't know what's going on with that. Nobody's telling us what's going on. So what happens when a teacher resigns, or a principal or a coach? Are they just allowed to go on to their next victims? Is there any investigation done about this? How come we don't hear about it? So now we've got a principal of a local school and the librarian that had decided to have a book fair and not notify parents of the content of this book fair. They showcased LGBTQ agenda. And according to Alaska statutes, like Jackie read, they are supposed to, within 2 weeks, or actually sooner than 2 weeks, notify parents so the parents have the ability or whatever to come in and look at all this, to review it and see if they want their child involved in that. But this principal didn't think it was necessary to notify parents, and didn't think that it was necessary to have any kind of permission from the parents in order to look at these books or purchase these books. I, like many others, I don't think this is right. She had no right to make that decision. She needs to be fired, and so does the librarian, because our children are not to be, whatever is not to be decided by them. That's our job as parents. So I also heard about a 5th grader that went home and told her mom, well, Mom, my teacher told me that I was pansexual. And Mom was like, what is that? And so she looked it up and found out what it was, and she said, well, who told you, or why did she tell you that? Well, because I like everyone. Well, there's something wrong with that. So I also learned that librarians have complete control over the books that they order for their libraries. Complete control. And our libraries are full of sexually explicit books. There is no place in a school library for sexually explicit books. I call it my
Next is Terry Lyons.
Lyons, I live in Wasilla. I just learned about these sexually explicit books in our schools. I have a 1st grader in the school system. I have a 7th grader in the school system. I am horrified this type of book is allowed to be in the schools. So I got the name of 4 of the books, and I looked them up on bookbooks.org. I will never, ever be able to get that out of my mind. I cannot believe those type of books and that type of reading is being public to children of any age. You, as a school board, are supposed to take care of and protect our children. You're not taking care of and protecting our children by having this type of garbage in our schools. I still am blown away and sickened by this. I never thought I would see it happen in the MatSu. I thought we were a conservative borough, and I've been proven wrong now. I'm very disappointed, and I hope this school district and school assembly gets their acts together and gets this crap out of the schools. I encouraged my daughter today to take my grandchildren out of the public schools. I don't want them in the public school system anymore. Because if they have to put up with that, they're not being taught, they're being groomed, and that's not something myself or my daughter and her husband are willing to put up with. Thank you.
Buzz Kelly?
Good evening. My name is Buzz Kelly. Number one, I do not support porn books in school libraries. It just seems like a really bad idea. And it appears some of these books, I mean, what else can you call it? Porn. Some of them might be drawings, but really? The other thing I do not support is the sexual grooming of children, which I feel is where the whole thing is headed. In my opinion, that's one of the things that's made America great is we have child protection laws. And if kids are traumatized when they're young, what kind of benefit do you think they're going to be able to make? What kind of life are they going to live? So I'm asking if we can please just focus on, yes, it's cliche, but the 3 R's, reading, writing, arithmetic. Because last time I checked, America's falling pretty far behind on that stuff. And it just seems like a bad road to be on. So, thank you.
Okay, we'll try to go back to the people on the telephone. We had Vic Fonoff. Or Larissa Fonoff. Yeah, they're supposed to be on the telephone. Oh, is that Vic?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, it's your turn to speak.
Amazing. Thank you. I think it's pretty straightforward. I mean, I'm in agreement with a lot of previous callers here. It's pretty much a sad ordeal when we're looking at our country, and while other countries are focusing on developing their kids' minds and directing them in education, mathematics, and other things, for some reason, you see there's an evil agenda behind the target sexuality at such an early age, something that, first of all, should be left up to parents to decide what they do. And I'm just saying, with the same frustration as you look at it, like, where is your head at, you know? If you're really just trying to, rather than teaching them the basics of math and education, when you're targeting sexuality, I mean, you're trying to twist something from that already biologically has been kind of established from the beginning, and then twisting, and then they're forgetting about the fact these kids are growing up, and then they live in depression and suicide, and it's skyrocketing. It starts all the way from there and early on. So I just challenge us, I mean, especially us Alaskans. I mean, when you're looking at the states and just the variation of that, I mean, we're above that. I mean, we need to be so on top of our kids in regards to education and school and basic stuff, not targeting something that needs to be, first of all, up for parents, and then, you know, it should be something that's set at home, like when it comes to sexuality, what age, you know, parents teach us. If it's true freedom, it should be left completely up to parents, right? And so I'm just challenging us to step up our game, as first of all, the nation, and get up and start focusing on things that matter most at that age, the development, rather than sexuality, something that first of all is established, and just leave it up to parents. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And is Larissa on the phone?
Good.
Is there anyone from the audience who wishes to approach the board at this time?
Hi.
Is that Larissa Fonoff on the phone?
Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Yes, sir.
I am Tony Petroscia. I teach at Colony High School. I teach ROTC. And I would just like to state, listening to the conversation ahead, as a teacher in a public school at Colony, I teach this population of kids. I embrace them. There's not an issue here. People have the choice to read whatever they want. It's your choice. No one's foisting anything on these kids. So as an educator, instead of causing more social discomfort, let's help these kids kind of solve where they are in life. Embrace them and let them learn. That's the whole point of school, I thought. Let's keep it safe. People have the option to learn and read whatever they want. I don't know what happened at the Teal'c Middle School book fair, but I'm sure it wasn't a curriculum that was pushed on kids. It was a book fair. If you don't want to buy a book, then don't buy it. I think the community needs to wake up a little bit. The world's changing. And there's a lot of change societally in this younger generation. And we have got to embrace it. Because if we don't, you're going to have a mass exodus of kids that are in this population. Not to mention the risk of suicide for a teenager who's trying to figure out their gender identity increases like 25%. Just with the conversation that's going on right now. So parents, please, help these kids out and help them embrace their struggle a little bit. What I'm hearing is scary as an educator. Like we're not telling anybody to choose a lifestyle, but be informed about what the changes in society are. That's all I've got for the board. Thank you for your time.
My name is Dave Clifford. It should be clear to all of you that the issues surrounding gender, sexuality, identity, and public education's role in shaping minds are not going away. Ignoring these issues will only serve to create more division and tension, postpone any real solutions, and perhaps leave the door open for further subversion of our youth without the public's consent. Lies need to be addressed and combated. To combat lies, you must be armed with the truth. Suppression of ideas and the silencing of voices does not supplement the truth in any way. In fact, it lends validation to the lies. If you know the truth, the lies aren't scary, and only in the light can we face them. Public spaces take into account all viewpoints, and democratic processes factor all opinions, either directly or via representative, as equal. Then they are tallied. Here, the truth holds less value than majority opinion. Though many disagree on what truth is objective. The public school day begins with a loyalty oath to a woven image. If the setting begins with loyalty to an idol, preservation of that idol will take precedence over the truth. For education to value truth properly will take radical change. Privatization is the answer. With private schooling, no one is forced to endorse the beliefs they don't hold. Lies would no longer be shielded by school boards, and truths would no longer have the crutches it never needed. Of course, to believe this, you have to believe that the truth has the power to defend itself from lies. And you have to be prepared to accept the truth, no matter where it leads you. We need light. We need honest debate. We don't need compulsory education and idea suppression, and we certainly don't need the state to think that they own our children. Guy Clark thought Hank Williams said it best, but I think Johnny Cash's words are more fitting here. I'm going to share from one of his songs. The young girl dancing to the latest beat has found new ways to move her feet. The young man speaking in the city square is trying to tell somebody that he cares. Yeah, the ones you're calling wild are going to be the leaders in a little while. This whole world's waking to a newborn day, and I solemnly swear that it'll be their way. You better help the voice of youth find what is truth. Thank you.
My name is Linda Sloan, and I live in MatSu Valley. We moved out here 6 years ago. after Berkowitz was re-elected in Anchorage the second time. And Anchorage has gone downhill, and it's a hellhole today. And I don't think I don't know this personally. My son works for the Anchorage Fire Department at a station that gets over 10,000 calls a year. I live in the Matt Valley, but I don't have any children in the school district. But I care about this community. I don't want it to turn into another Anchorage. This is why we live out here. And those books in the libraries, both the public library and the school libraries, is a vile perversion and evil beyond words. That should never be in the eyes of any child. I did see one page out of one of those books and I turned away immediately. It was so disgusting. I can't imagine children seeing that. And you know, they're exposed to so much now with the internet and everything. I think that this system is way broken and it can't be fixed. You need to privatize education. It would be so much cheaper, and people can decide on their own socialization and sports, and there's all kinds of community out there in the homeschool community. I don't see where somebody would think even it would cross their mind that there would be more suicides. I think there would be less. You know, I just think that the system is broke and you aren't going to fix it. Thank you.
Hello, Mark Sloan, I'm a resident of the Valley. Thank the Assembly of School Board people for being here. There should be no public facility in this valley, whether it's a borough library or a borough school or a borough classroom, anywhere that has any kind of material in it that's questionable and tries to indoctrinate kids. For people to say they're trying to figure out their identity, come on, we keep shoving this kind of stuff down and no wonder they're trying to figure it out. We never had this problem. I was a kid once, grew up on a farm. It's not too hard to figure out if you're a male or female and then all this other garbage. Let's get rid of this. Why waste our money on something that is doing nothing but corrupting people? Spend our money to teach and have them excel and learn. And we'll get rid of this problem. We should be ashamed of ourselves, and I don't believe it's legal to have this stuff available or to be jamming it down. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Dave Johnson. I live here in the Valley. I have one question for somebody on the school board. Do you have Class C felons? Can you hire a felon to be a teacher? This is the law. Anybody over the age of 18, I'm sure all your teachers are over the age of 18, this talks about distribution of pornography, even written comments, okay? So if it's like a heavy romance novel, it's covered. You guys know, I just showed you. There's a number, 1161 128. That's the law that covers it. Parents are aware of it. I'm afraid that they may distress charges against your teachers or principals or anybody that is involved with this. It's not a question whether or not you can do it. The law says you can't. It's that simple. Why are we wasting money on that? It's not a decision. It's already decided. So I would take it as forewarning because I imagine now parents are aware of it and they're going to probably watch this. It's not for kids to choose. We made that choice a long time ago when we wrote these laws. Thank you very much for your time.
Records show that Mr. Grenier showed up at 6:30.
Hi, I'm Joe Muslin, and I don't feel right about this whole thing, you know, because like you guys would rather me be sitting in a classroom, not being who I am, not being free, and you would rather me because statistics show that transgender people have a 44% chance of killing themselves than any other people. So take that in mind. And not to mention The Little Mermaid, a female and male, that's perfectly fine. But when two males are introduced, it's a big problem. So use that as well. Yeah. And not a lot of people my age come up here to talk because we feel suppressed by other people. And it's really hard to be who I am without being judged. And that's all. Have a good day.
Hello, my name is Margaret Atzett. You see a little bit more of me later as I work with her at Women Games. I'm both a mom and a longtime Valley resident here, and I just want to encourage you all to know that we're not, it's the critical analysis by several of the speakers this evening is that we are in some way fighting for the soul or the future of our valley, but life is an ever-moving target and we change with the times. Just as the rivers flow through our community, so must we flow with the water. And it can feel very threatening and feel very dangerous that new ideas or new concepts are brought into a community that whatever traditionally identified as conservative, and maybe we're in a transitional moment. So as we move through our community, as we change and we have to find a common place and a common voice and provide a safe place for our students and our children to come together, I hope that you remember that no matter what your personal perspectives are on literature in a school, which is sort of a moot point, there's no sort of studies that sort of say exposure is what leans and lends towards sort of sexual deviancy. That usually is a long-standing history and cycles of violence and sexual abuse within a family, and not exposure to any literature. That is a antiquated notion of how sexual predation happens in our community. So to take it back 2 steps, as I said, I'm with Arctic Renegades, and hopefully they don't fire me for this testimony. No, just kidding. I just want to sort of say we're about to bring 2,000 students from across the Arctic North, from Canada to Greenland, to Norway, to Sweden. And I want this to be a place of joining and belonging for those children and to feel safe no matter who they are or where they come from in our community. And I encourage you as leaders in this community to sort of create that space for these kids and make sure that voices of hatred, violence, and lack of acceptance are not what dominate our conversation as we move into the games. Thank you so much, and thank you for your service to the community.
My name is Janet Johnson, and concerning the last testimony, I haven't heard anybody talk about violence. I really resent that. And I heard one person say that there was nothing wrong with putting this material in front of children. They have a choice whether to look at it or not. Oh my gosh. That man must never have been a child with curiosity and with, it's just reprehensible that this stuff has been putting in front of these children to open their eyes to the vileness and the insidiousness that is in these books in our libraries. And that's all I have to say. I just can't believe it.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Todd Smolden, and I am representing the governor's office tonight. And first, I want to say thank you for your service. And what I wanted to say is that what you have seen in this testimony is is exactly why the governor introduced HB 105 this legislative session. Clearly, there is concern by people in the community about what is and is not being presented to their children. I appreciate everyone's comments. I especially appreciated the young person's comments because they are right. They should be respected for who they are, and they should feel safe. And the governor introduced HB 105 because he felt it was really important for parents and schools to have a conversation about what is being taught to their children, and to give parents the opportunity to say, yes, this is something that I want my child to be taught, or no, it's not. And I know that you as a school board can make decisions on what you want your policy to be as far as parent notification, but I think from the governor's perspective, he doesn't see this conversation as a dangerous conversation. He actually sees it as a unifying conversation because it will create more transparency between parents and their schools, which is really important. Because I don't know if you've kept up with the SEL curriculum. I'm a former teacher, and CASEL, the group that put together SEL curriculum about 20 years ago, has now come forward and really recognizes parents as an integral part, much more so than they did when they originally put it out, for their child's overall well-being and education. So clearly parents have a huge role, not only in the education for their children, but also their mental health. And so I appreciate your service again. I appreciate everyone's comments, and I'm sure you'll have a great discussion as a board and also with your parents. So thank you.
Good evening, board members, assembly members. My name is Ron Johnson. I'm a longtime Valley resident. I'm a father, I'm a grandfather, and I'm a great-grandfather. I didn't intend to speak on this subject tonight. I think everybody here knows my feelings, but I do want to point out that as a parent, and I consider parenting a family issue, I knew my grandparents, I knew my great-grandparents. That's all part of the makeup of the family. And I want to remind this board, I don't forget the fact that it's the parents' responsibility and it's the parents' right to educate their children, to indoctrinate their children to their family beliefs and their family values. It is not up to the government. Parenting is not a co-parent between government and parent and government. Parenting a child is strictly the responsibility of the mom and the dad. And I want to remind you that it's my responsibility, it's my right to decide what my children see and what they read. We're not asking you to ban books. We're just asking you to give the parents the right to choose what their child sees. And when they see it, it's my responsibility as a parent, and I take that very, very seriously. I want to remind the board that it's the parents' responsibility, not the board's. I'd just like you to respect the responsibility and the rights of a parent. And by the way, I fully support the governor's HB 105. Thank you.
Catherine Warner. I came here today thinking this would be nothing too hard, but hearing all of these adults say these things, it's really hard hearing all these things. I've been sitting in the back of the room kind of just very upset about everything. I've never felt more judged and alone in this room or in my life. Us kids deserve to be who we want to be and let us be what we want to become. But kids these days and me just feel alone and not accepted by anybody. We deserve to choose who we want to be, whatever gender we want to be, who we love, and who we can love. That shouldn't be other people's decisions to make. It should be our own and nobody else's. Because I know most kids these days are different. They want to be a different gender, or they want to love somebody else that is the same gender or different. But we physically feel like that's not acceptable to anybody else. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janice Norman. I am a longtime Valley resident, and I wasn't intending to speak, but listening to these young folks talking, I do agree that we need to always project acceptance of our young people because they're going to be our future. However, it is our duty, our God-given duty, to guide these young people in a way that is going to be productive in the future. And I do not see a future for us if we have transgenders getting together and not having children. We have a problem. If we have guys sleeping with guys and girls sleeping with girls, we don't have kids anymore. That's something to think about, especially like for these young people. They need to think about this. If they want to carry on humanity, we've got to have men and women getting together and producing, and it's not going to happen with this ideology that's coming out. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Berghoff Tony. I did have a child that was here within the school district. Thanks to the pandemic, it opened my eyes to what homeschooling can actually accomplish for a child. My children were able to graduate 2 years early from school, thanks to the disruption there, opening my eyes to the education that is being provided by our school systems here in the Valley and statewide. It's really sad to see 60% to almost 70% of the schools nationwide, within a nationwide, I mean as in Alaska, have an F grade. They cannot provide an education that provides a quality ability to be able to read, write, or do arithmetic. We are at the bottom of the nation. We are 49th. And we are more worried about what we want to identify ourselves in our pronouns and our sheltered lives to be who we're not, just so that we can provide a welcoming, inclusive, all environment for our students to be in. What happened to actually doing what you are mandated by Constitution, state law to do, provide an actual education? We're not here to coddle your children. You're not here to coddle our children. We do not enroll our children in public schools just so that you guys can become their parents. We roll them into the schools so that you guys can educate our children to be productive members of society. Why and when did we step away from what the roles that you are supposed to be providing to our children really is? I find it very discouraging hearing all the comments throughout this entire evening so far tonight, listening to both sides of the issue. I don't agree, honestly, with either side of the issue because they're missing the entire point behind the education department in Alaska, and that is to educate our children, not indoctrinate them with these safe spaces. Name me one school in Alaska that does not have a safe space located within their school. I'll be really shocked to hear there is one. This is all stuff that has been mandated to help protect our children. So we are told, from who? Who are we protecting them from? Their parents? That seems to be what the agenda currently has been on play and what we're hearing clearly here tonight. The parents have no rights. I don't agree with the Parents' Bill of Rights that's going through school because our rights should never have been taken away in the first place. They're still there. Unfortunately, the school boards, the school districts of Alaska, NEA of Alaska, have all infiltrated their own policies that supersedes our Constitution, supersedes our basic rights that each and every one of us that is called ourselves an American are entitled to, whether you like it or not. Something has to change. Increasing the budgets is obviously not going to fix the problem, and I thank you for allowing me time to talk tonight.
Okay, if there's no one else who wishes to address the board, then public comment will be closed. Moving on to the joint items of business. First one will be the Arctic Winter Games update, requested by Board Member Larson.
Yeah, I requested this agenda item and I'll turn it over to the Arctic Winter Games, Amy Spargo. Oh, and it's a good thing, by the way.
While Jillian is getting this set up, I think I'll introduce myself. For those of you who are new, I'm Amy Spargo. I was born and raised in this borough and graduated from school up in Talkeetna and worked here, retired from the school district. And my kids all went to school here. And the reason I am volunteering as the chair of the Arctic Winter Games is that I am grateful. I'm grateful for this community. I'm grateful for this school district. We have 2 doctors in our family. Our youngest is graduating, Kathy Hatters, in May from UW Med School. They had an excellent experience here, and after I retired, working for or volunteering for Arctic Winter Games was a way to pay it forward. It was a way for me to do something out of the gratitude in our family's heart for the life we have here. And what I want to share with you today is it's pro kids, it's pro youth development, it's pro MatSu Borough, and it's something that I hope everyone who hears about and can learn about can get excited about. It's an opportunity after being in a lot of these crossfires of trying to find a balance between how to love and support kids and teach them at a high level so that they can have every opportunity and respect all the differences that we have. This is something that I've found people can say yes to. And it's really nice to be a part of something that is both positive and encouraging. I want to show you a video that we put together after we went to Wood Buffalo. So because of the pandemic, the Arctic Winter Games happens about every 2 years. No, it happens every 2 years, but it was put off a year. So we went to the 2022 games in 2023 in Wood Buffalo, and I'm just going to show you, let's see. Oh yeah. Because I think we all need a little bit of feel good.
This life, it happens fast. I enjoy the time in this hourglass. Yes, I will, oh yes, I will.
your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated.
Sorry. I almost had it done. Clearly out of practice. All right, so 12 months in counting. We're coming. The Arctic Winter Games are coming to the MatSu Borough next year. Our opening ceremony is March 10th, and we run from March 10th to the 16th of 2024. And last year, when we first presented to the Assembly in the borough, there was me and our executive board, and we had a general manager, and that was it. We were starting from ground zero to build our organization to put this big event on. And today, we have all these lovely people back here. Could you guys just stand up? These are people who are giving up their time every single day to make wonderful things happen for kids in our valley, in our state, and in our whole region of the north. Thank you guys. So we've come a long way. We have got a clubhouse, we call it, but if you've come into the valley recently on the Palmer-Wasilla, we're right across from Alaska Federal USA Credit Union, and you can tell by our great vinyl wraps on our doors, which we love. And stop by and visit us. We have a merch hub inside. You can sign up to volunteer, you can meet people, but it's a gathering place, and it will be where these games are staged and where we base out of. We're going to be having events in at least 50 places around the valley that week. So if you can imagine, there's going to be 20 sports. We're using many of the schools. We're very grateful for the support of the school district. We're very grateful that you loaned us your very own Katie Gardner to be on our board, who has been an immense help in policy development and working out the details. We're working with private businesses, Screaming Eagle Archery and Denali Gymnastics. We're working with nonprofits like Ski Talk, borough facilities like GPRA, and then lots of schools. So we have 2 events happening out of district, and I always want to bring those up just because maybe we'll get those things here. We are having the biathlon at Kincaid because we don't have a biathlon range in the MaSu Borough, but we have a lot of kids who want to do biathlon. And we have speed skating and figure skating at the Mack Center in Eagle River. And that's just because we are using every single sheet of ice in the valley and still had more events to overflow onto. We built our brand, and Member Larson has been at a lot of our events, and he's a big supporter, and he made sure that you got pins. Pins are a big part of the culture of the games, and they're a commerce for making friends. So if you go to the games, it's kind of like the Olympics. Everyone wears a lanyard with credentials and they have their pins on it. And you can go up to someone and ask them about their pins and trade a pin. And so you have your first pins that you can be using for trading when people come here. I hope that you got to participate and see some of our one-year out events, and they were highly publicized and were on social media if you haven't liked us. But we had a lot of events that promoted volunteerism, that showcased some of we had a snowshoe trial event, a downhill ski trial event, and we are finding out that our venues are awesome and that we have the people to run these events at really high qualities. A lot of the games have an animal mascot, and when we got together with our local people here and started talking about an animal mascot, it would seem that there would be a more respectful way to represent a local animal, and that would be to have an animal ambassador. And the spirit of our game is really around friendship. We believe that relationships are the currency for solving problems, and that if we can build relationships between all the kids who are here from all over the north, that they will be the future problem solvers. And so our chickadee ambassador is based on a traditional story that when you're walking in the woods and you see a chickadee, it means a friend is thinking of you. And so we have chickadees everywhere for the Arctic Winter Games, and we're telling all of our visitors and all of our volunteers that when they see a chickadee, know that they have friends thinking of them, that we are pulling for them, and that they are welcome here. So you have a mission and a burden, we needed a song, and some of the most famous popular artists right now to come out of Wasilla, Alaska, go Wasilla High, is Portugal the Man. They have generously agreed to write our theme song and perform our theme song, and it'll be radio ready and video ready in June, and we're super excited. There'll be a big reveal for that, so watch for that in June. Margaret tells us it's coming on Instagram first, so that challenges us that are a little older, but we're on it. We're figuring that stuff out. So we learned that the north is really cold. We went to northern Alberta. So if you think of like Butte, Montana, then you go north to Calgary, then you go north to Edmonton, you go north even further, you're in Fort McMurray, Alberta, and that's where the Wood Buffalo, the province of Wood Buffalo is. And we went there with all of our board, and it was life-changing for me. I was super excited about the games, but I'd never really experienced the spirit of the game until I went there. And one of the things that struck me the most was, in the beginning, there's an opening ceremony, very similar to an Olympic Games. And the contingents, which are what we call the teams, there's 8 different regions represented in the north. Sapmi is the contingent from Scandinavia and Greenland, and Nunavut and Nunavik and Northwest Territories, Northern Alberta, Yukon, Alaska. Russia typically has a contingent, but they're sanctioned right now. So they come in this block of color in their matching uniforms. And then you go through the whole week and watch these kids interact and make friends and trade pins, and then they come in for closing ceremonies and it looks like kid confetti because there's no more solid blocks of colors. They've all traded their jackets with each other throughout the week. And so when Team Alaska came in the opening ceremony, they're in dark blue, but when they come in for the closing ceremony, they're in yellow and red and white and green. And it's so symbolic of the relationships that are formed during this time that they wanted to wear their friends' coats home. So we have been doing lots of planning. We've been very fortunate to get our sports manager, was the sports manager the last time the games were in Alaska, Holly Odegaard. She's here tonight if you have questions about sports. And she is the master of our sports schedule. And she's also the one who is doing these snow dances. So if you want to know what to expect next year for winter, Holly tells us we're getting 100 inches of snow. That we need 100 inches by February to make sure we have nothing to worry about come March. So that is on the books. The 20 sports are both indoor sports and outdoor sports. The sports include Arctic sports and Danic sports, which you may be familiar with Native Youth Olympics, so they're more traditional, showcasing traditional feats of strength and balance and cooperation. And then the outdoor sports are alpine, and then everything you can do on snow, like snowshoes, cross-country, alpine, snowboard, everything you can do on ice, curling, figure skating, speed skating, lots and lots of hockey. I watched the medal round of hockey for the men's team in Wood Buffalo, and it was between Team Alaska, who was not favored to be in the medal round, but they made it to the medal round, and Nunavut. And I'm actually a cult follower of Nunavut now because if you ask these guys, I just talk about them all the time. So they're a group of people who live in the northwest, the north part of the Northwest Territory. They only became a territory in 1999. And so they didn't get their first hockey rink built until after 1999. And then this year, at the Arctic Winter Games, they won the gold medal. And everyone in their territory came to watch and cheer them on. And all of Canada, you'd think it was an Olympic game of the US against Canada, the way it was pitted against each other. But super fun. We can only hope for that kind of excitement and emotion when the teams come to Alaska. Team Nunavut's girls hockey team has never won a game yet at the Arctic Winter Games, so this is it, right? This is their year. They tell me that this is their year. They're gonna win gold. Part of Arctic Winter Games is to help these 2,000 participants feel loved and welcome and cared for. We have a whole department just called Care and Comfort. Anjanette Steer heads up that, and if you don't know her, she is a wonder of details and organization and and efficiency, and she is really coming up with a plan to house and feed and transport these people, these youth from all over the north around here. We're working on things for them to do. There's going to be dances and concerts and places for them to relax and be in the schools that are turned into dormitories. Our current fundraising efforts right now center around raising money for beds. We have to buy 2,000 beds, and then our plan is to be able to donate those to charities and shelters and families in need in Alaska, and have those beds be a gift that keeps on giving. So a week in Arctic Winter Games and then forever in helping out Alaskan families. Arctic Winter Games is not just a sporting event. In fact, we call it a cultural and a culture and sporting set of games. It's a multi-sport, my tongue is getting tight. It's multi-sport, but it's also going to have a strong connection with culture. So we have a contingent of performers who come with every group, and they will spend the week going around the whole valley doing performances. Then on Thursday night, they will put on a gala performance at the Glen Massey Theater, and there will be a concert and an indigenous fashion show there as well. And then all the participants of the Arctic Games and the Dane Games will be involved in a traditional feast that will feature all the local food from the valley. So we're hoping to be able to have moose meat and salmon, and as well as all the wonderful vegetables that are grown here, and really show what it's like to eat off the land here in the MaSu Valley. In addition, we want to make sure that not just the participants have a great time here, but that we have something for all. It's during spring break, so that all of our kids are going to be available. So we're going to have a winter carnival at the fairgrounds. The fairgrounds have been hugely supportive and given us in-kind facility use there. We have Golden Wheel coming to do rides for us. At the fair, at the winter carnival, there's going to be a maker's market where you can do shopping from local Alaskan craftspeople. We plan to, every time we meet someone who's been to the Arctic Winter Games, they want to talk about their experience. It really impacts them. I know we have some alumni in the room. And so we're going to have an alumni lounge where we collect the stories of the people who have been in the Arctic Winter Games and begin to create a historical record of what it meant to be a part of the games. You all got a passport. The passports are to remind us that every single person who comes is an international traveler. So Alaska will have a team of about 350 kids in Wood Buffalo. Alaska's team was made up of 36 different communities. But all the rest of the people who come here are international travelers. So we're going to take over the north terminal of the airport. We'll have at least 7 contingents coming in by plane, and we'll need to get through customs. And so the passports are just to remind us that we are hosting international guests. So in 1 year, our games start, and we are working hard to build our support. And one of the ways we're doing that is by recruiting volunteers. We've are partnering with AmeriCorps, but we also are really reaching out to our community. We need 2,000 people filled with community spirit and love of kids who want to be involved and support their experience here. We are going to have matching jackets and long sleeve shirts, and you'll be able to see who the volunteers are everywhere they go. And we've had a lot of response so far. We're well past the 200 mark, even with a year to go, of people who are engaged in the planning process as our volunteers. And then we're also raising money. I know that a lot of you are wondering how we're going to fund this. So Alaska was an original partner of the Arctic Winter Games in 1970, and Governor Walter Hickel is the first person who was involved in signing an agreement that Alaska would support financially as well as through Team Alaska, the Arctic Winter Games. And since then, Alaska has hosted about once a decade. And so it's been since 2014, so the legislature was very kind, and they gave us an appropriation last year similar to what they gave in 1970, but as you can imagine, with today's prices, that doesn't go as far. So we've requested another appropriation, but we're also raising money through sponsorships and in-kind donations. And I'm really happy to say that we're at $630,000 that we've raised since we started, which is no small feat. We still have a couple million to go, but with the help of, we've applied to the foundations around here and the state of Alaska, Governor Murkowski's office we've talked to, and we have a lot of progress and traction to get some of those people involved as well. Governor Murkowski's office really sees the benefit of diplomacy and that we can have relationships with all these leaders that come to this event and that they can get to know each other as well for future problem solving. So donor development, we are doing a mail-out campaign soon that is geared towards raising the bed. We have a website that you have before you, and anybody, if you want to share that with people, but right now we're thinking about getting those beds for the kids, and there's an opportunity to become a friend of the game. And if you have a business, anyone who's listening online, if you have a business, a friend of the game gets to fly the Arctic Winter Games flag, and we are excited to see the whole community flying flags of welcome when the participants arrive. That, I think, is what I have to say about our update. I would take questions at this time. Is there any questions?
Go ahead, Member Larson. You made a statement that like MatSu School District is a contributor about pins for, how do we do that?
How could you get pins?
No, what are you talking, we create our own?
Yes. So because the MatSu School District has been such a huge sponsor, they've provided in-kind facility use worth, well, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and have been very supportive in our planning process. You can use our logo with your logo to create a pin that you would then be able to trade with people when they come. And you could give them out to kids to give out, or you could give them out to anybody who wanted to have them. But we would be happy to work with you in sharing our logo so that you could make an Arctic Winter Games pin.
Then I would challenge that our pin would be a heck of a lot better than a Burlesque pin.
Oh, I have to tell you, I've already seen the best
designing the mayor's pins.
Yeah, and I told Mayor DeFries that the mayor in Wood Buffalo had his face on the pin, and it was, and so she told me that she's going to do better than that. She's going to get her whole body on the pin.
And these local politicians could become people that hand out medals and part of that.
Absolutely. The Assembly, of course, the borough has been one of our largest supporters, donated well over $500,000, not just in cash, but in kind. And we would love to have officials come out and be the people who crown the kids. They get gold, they get ulus as medals, and it's very northern. And so we would love to have officials, present medals. Thanks for bringing up all that good stuff we've talked about, Ollie. Ollie's been to a lot of different things. He's been a big supporter. Anything else I can help?
I'm not going to give out medals, I'm driving a bus.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all the volunteers for sitting back there, all the work that is going into this. It's just amazing. I think the Palmer Assembly member will be volunteering on the mobile, so. So for the volunteers, can we send them to a website, a phone number? How do we let people know? Because I think they would love to, and especially if they kind of have an idea of what they're jumping into.
So one of the ways that we're going to organize 2,000 volunteers is through this software called Games and Event Management Software. And so right now you can get on our website and you can click on our button that says volunteer and you can register yourself on there. And then eventually that will roll over into this other software that you'd register on. But for now, you would just click on that button and put your name in there, or you can call us or stop by But online is probably the most efficient way to do that. We have a robust website, awg2024.org.
To follow up the question is, you said you have about 200 people that already showed interest in the approximately 100, and obviously you probably just don't want anybody, but somebody who will be somewhat knowledgeable and understanding that what they're signing up to. My point is just because you do have a website, but are you doing anything to reach out to the schools or events or public settings where you do that?
Yes, absolutely. So the volunteer program has a volunteer, Manny Mitchell is our volunteer manager, and all of the volunteers will be trained. We are required to, and we would want to, we're doing child safety training. We have Safe Sports is our company that is producing, or that has the online training for kids, for all the volunteers that have to go through. We also have to do background checks on all of our volunteers. And we know from past games that most people sign up in the 3 months before. So we're just getting all those building blocks in place, and then we'll be doing next fall a lot of rallies and events to generate interest in volunteering, and then we'll have the training and the scheduling and all those things afterwards. Yeah.
What is your goal for volunteer, number of volunteers?
We think we need 2,000, and so we have a number of different ways that we're organizing that. One of them is that we have a across the generations volunteer program. We're hoping to match 200 teens to 200 retirees and have kind of a mentoring, customer service, job skills, technology support. We think that they'll make great teams, and so you can tell I can't even get the PowerPoint to work anymore, and I've been gone out of the workplace about 2 years ago. So yeah, we need young people so badly. And so yes, we have a number of ways that we are hoping to partner teens and adults to volunteer. But those 200 people who have signed up, they're not just like waiting to volunteer. They are hard at it already. There's so much planning going on that people are meeting all the time.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Just for information, is this for the public to attend? Is this where it's going to be a paid event, or how can you tell us for the public that just want to attend?
Yes, we hope everybody comes out. So we've got a couple plans in place. One of them is we've asked for a sponsor for tickets, so that, I'm not going to say who it is, but we've asked somebody to sponsor tickets so that they're just, you'd still have to be ticketed for indoor events so we don't overcrowd things, but there wouldn't be a cost for them. If we don't get this sponsorship, then it will be a paid, you would have to purchase tickets. The most expensive things would be opening ceremonies and the cultural gala. We're going to have very accessible family passes to all the sporting events. Our goal would be that people could, as many people as want to get out can get out, because we want to take advantage of it being spring break, and so there will be family passes and those kinds of things to really encourage kids to get out and enjoy healthy recreational activities and see other kids who are leading by example.
Go ahead.
Last hint from Margaret is that the week of May 8th to the 11th, we are having a large meeting here, and it is the International Committee, and all the leaders from all the contingents are coming. And we'll be out in the schools during that time. We'll be touring all the schools, looking at the facilities, and so you'll get to see us probably out and about. Buses and people traipsing around, having lunch at Colony High. And our villages are going to be in Palmer High, Colony Middle, Colony High, Wasilla Middle, and Wasilla High, and so we'll be housing about 500 participants and coaches in each of those schools.
You mentioned Ski Talk. I know there were some discussions about some larger scale projects for Ski Talk. Can you speak to if those are coming to fruition or what that's going to look like there?
The larger scale project that is most impactful to us is the road regrade, and so last time we talked to Ski Talk, there were issues with DNR and getting that permitting, and I don't know where they're at right now, but we really hope they can get that through and that road can go through. so that we can bring buses in there. If they can't, our plan B is to use vans. So we will be able to use it. We're very grateful for the borough for the bathrooms at Ski Talk. That's going to be a huge help.
Sure. So to member Butcher, that's a great question. So we did meet with the DNR commissioner, DNR staff, with Ski Talk, Rob Wells, Max, their engineer, and the general manager. So DNR's committed, this was last week, to providing their initial preliminary decision in 2 weeks. So that should be next week. That would initiate a 30-day public notice process, which is required. So we'll add 30 days onto that, and then depending on the amount of public comment they get from that, they will issue a final decision, hopefully shortly thereafter. We think it's probably a 90-day process until they get entry authorization, which would still allow them to construct this. So funding's in place, the process is moving forward. DNR staff, the governor's office out here, Todd's been super helpful, the governor's engaged. So we're optimistic at this point. It is moving forward. We expect to see that 30-day public notice shortly. And then we'll just see what kind of comments we get out of that, how quickly DNR staff can kind of compile all that and issue their final decision. And then there's an appeal period that has to go after that. So that's why we think it's going to go probably 90 days-ish. But we are optimistic at this point that they can still get construction done. So.
Could I just say something real quick? Sorry.
No, great, go ahead.
No, just to Manager Brown's point too, in terms of the public comment, it's going to be really important for groups to contribute to that. And so if you're not real familiar with, I'm kind of speaking to everybody here, but if you're not too familiar with public comment, you know, what slows it up is if anybody puts forth public comment that would require, you know, legal investigation, multiple department, you know, interaction. So I'm going to be watching that very closely and asking that if other departments get inquiries, that they process those quickly. But the more positive public comment for the project during that time, the better.
Thank you very much for your ongoing support. I know some of you are new to the school board and didn't hear about this earlier, so if you ever want to stop by, we would love to give you the details if you're interested in how we're going to be filling up your buildings during spring break. And we are really grateful for the calendar changes that are allowing us to do the turnover into dorms before the people get here. So thank you again for your time and support.
Okay, and before we move into the budget, we are going to take a short 10-minute break.
Alrighty folks, we'll be right back. If you haven't liked, shared this video yet, what is your problem? You can find us currently on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook at Politadick and Politadick Unfiltered. You can follow us also on our website at politadick.com. If you've read what I've transcribed for the description today, you'll also see a special message there giving you some breaking news. I need your help. Show your support. Go to our website, politadick.com. Click that support button. Your support is what's going to make it possible for us to be able to make sure our First Amendment rights, yours, mine, and everyone else that lives here are well protected, and your support can make sure that happens. Thank you guys all for being here today. I'm just going to let this thing run until they get started back here in just a little bit.
Good. Oh, thank you.
Oh, hand grips on the iPhone.
What are you doing, young man? That's it. I'm talking to your buddy last
At least in my opinion, so I would say to
I'll give them somewhat of a pass because of the number of things that they do. I think I told them but just so you know. So, yeah, okay. I'll see what's working. Just happened. We were all set up for papers to be the party administrator, and then, Keenan wants to do it. And at some point, the state would potentially have to leave I guess it's agency, and they have to statewide. Anchorage, it just got searched. Problem, but then there was the person that was leaving this week said every day possibly so we have to they're out of our jurisdiction, we have to approach about office space, cell phone usage, blah blah blah. Who's doing it for Anchorage instead of the way we were getting it, which is, hey, we'll send our business your way, charge the fee for administrative, which we've already got that, we'll say $1,000 up front, and so percentage of the work transaction back, so you provide work position in Anchorage, you're using for projects, and that was all. Anyways, Anchorage has got so much it is, I mean, the legal person, it was just exciting. She said that. How do you resolve that?
I just started that. Yeah. I don't know. One of
You guys can take a break.
Yeah, well, because he retired, but he's down there. I'll show you a couple of things about him. But he's mentoring us. He just stayed in It does. Yeah. No, I appreciate it all the support.
No, I know. So, I just.
I'm not saying.
But it's like, it's pretty hard, like, how do you have to pay out for technology that's not even
Yes.
a bit of a I mean, I was just listening to him, so like, we had the 3 or 4 different guys, and they were being asked about that, like, particular thing, and they were just like, well, look how they like, when Nathan and Mike go, they're thinking, you know, say, to keep the cans, when you bring it down to the scale of Alaska, it's pretty, really special. Anyways, that's what I just kind of took I just don't know, we're facing, you know, this crunch in the next 5 years. So, it'll be hard, and then it's like we need a graph, you know, so okay, so hopefully the works in 5 years, and
The only other one is the argument.
We actually had 2 checks. We had 2 checks from that came to us, and they had gone through Silicon Valley Bank, so we tried to deposit them. And so, okay, so last year I had a person super nice, and he mentioned he works at Red Dog, and I was like, oh, what do you do there? And he sent back a coach. Had a nice conversation with him. He mentioned that he this
If you're just joining us here today, please remember to like, subscribe, and click that bell to be notified. They are beginning the budget talks at the school board right now, expressing what the school board wishes to have the borough pass for their school budget this year. Again, please like and subscribe. They are beginning once again.
Like this joint, don't actually have to do very much talking, unlike other board meetings. So
Our Deputy Superintendent Katie Gardner is going to take us through most of these slides, but just so I could get credit for being here, I think I'm going to talk about the first 2 slides. Then I'll turn it over to her, and then I'll just be like the color commentary for the rest of the presentation. All of the slides that we're going to show tonight are slides that the school board has already seen or just slight modifications on previous information. And so we're just trying to put this together so both bodies can, so I guess so the assembly can see what the board has been operating with and the things that we've talked about. So I know board members, you're familiar with all these slides. I'm sure that you can comment as well. So when we do budgeting in schools, it really happens like backwards from what a logical person would think that it should happen, as we're required to make our budget and produce it long before we know most of the important things that you want to know in a budget, like state funding remains totally unknown at this time. So you're going to see a guess that we've made in this budget about what we may be funded from the state. We also have to guess what our enrollment will be. We're cannily good at this, like it amazes me. I'm going to knock on wood right now. We were within just like half a dozen kids this year from our guesstimate, more than a year out. People transportation funds have been flat since 2016. We don't know if that's going to change. It's a big deal in this current budget. It's over $4 million that we would use out of general funds to support full transportation for students. We hope that that will change, but we really don't know. And then we're assuming one-time funds remain the same. We recognize, and I know this will be a big topic, that the required local contribution, so what the state requires the borough to do, is going to go up about $6 million. That's pretty dramatic. We recognize that. Also, in all of these projections, salaries and benefits don't include any changes that could happen as a result of collective bargaining with our 2 largest groups, the teachers and the classified union. That process has been ongoing all year. So once again, it doesn't include, if there were a pay raise for either of those groups, it doesn't include that, which obviously can be significant when it's by far our biggest expenditure is salaries and benefits. And our final one is we're assuming that operations are able to be maintained at the current level for FY 2024 as a result of the federal stimulus, which is ESSER 3 right now. Everyone just kind of refers to all of these funds as COVID funds. So we are counting on using the remainder of the COVID funds. Now I only have one more slide to go. Next slide. Won't spend much time on this. I think we may need this to refer back to, I don't know, conversations that you all might have tonight. And I think everybody recognizes that we're in an unprecedented time of inflation. I think the current 2022 year, the most up-to-date, the CPI for Anchorage is 8.1%. So really we just have this here for reference. And with that, I'll turn it over to Deputy Superintendent Gardner.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Trainee.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
All right. You said that $6 million increase from the local contribution, but we don't get that $6 million. Is that correct? Would you explain that, please?
Yeah. We are going to explain that, and it's going to be way easier if I let Ms. Gardner do it, because she's got a picture to show it.
And in fact, Member Larson, if it's all right with you, we do have more than one slide where we spend some time talking about this considerable increase in the required local. If when we get to that, there are still questions, please don't hesitate to stop me, and we're happy to walk through it in additional detail. Just by way of brief introduction, for really some of the assembly members, my name is Katie Gardner. I'm the Deputy Superintendent for Business and Operations. Many of you may remember Luke Fulp, who was my predecessor. He has now moved on and taken a job with the University of Alaska system. So I have been on the job for going close to 2 months now. I mention that not as an excuse, but just as context. I will do my very best to answer all of your questions, but if there's some historical information that I don't have at my fingertips, we'll do our best to get that information to you at a future meeting or a future date. I think really for us, the most important part of the budget always starts with a look at enrollment. A lot of our revenue is based on enrollment and is derived directly from this enrollment number. And what you can see is that our projection for enrollment for fiscal year 2024 is at a record high of 19,530 students. This number is important as we transition into really talking about the revenue that the district is estimating for fiscal year 24. There's a few assumptions that I'll touch on briefly, but mostly I want to get into the numbers and make sure that you have time to ask questions, or if there's discussion that the two bodies want to have, there's an avenue for that. The revenue assumptions for us for the borough, and I know that we will get into this a little bit later, are really based on the 6.3 mils, and that continuing into fiscal year 24. Our state funding follows the governor's budget with some minor exceptions. We are assuming that the $30 increase to the BSA, which was part of the governor's budget, is included. We will no longer qualify for any hold harmless factor, which was part of the state foundation formula for when we had a decrease in enrollment due to the pandemic. But really the big assumption that we are making is that one-time funds that were received by the district this year in the amount of $220 per adjusted ADM, that those will continue next year. As Dr. Trainee started, we don't know what state revenue is going to be, but we felt that it was disingenuous and not going to be accurate to assume no funding level other than that $30 on the BSA. It might be a different BSA increase, it might be additional one-time money, but this $220 seemed to be an appropriate assumption so that we weren't overinflating any deficit that might exist. Obviously, the foundation formula, I won't spend a lot of time going through. I know our board has seen the presentation and many of the assembly members have seen us walk through these factors over time. What's important is that the 19,530 students that we are projecting in enrollment, once all of those students are walked through the factors of the formula, it gets us to an adjusted average daily membership of a little over 35,000. State revenue obviously makes up a big portion of our budget, but as all of you know in this room, part of our discussion tonight and what we are hoping to continue to dialogue with the Assembly about is what the local appropriation will be. This slide is something that I've always found to be very informative, and it provides a lot of information in a snapshot. Of course, you can see a number of lines on here. The red line represents the minimum local contribution that's required, and the blue line represents the maximum. The gray bars in between are what the local funding appropriation has been since 2015. I'll point out that in 2020, you can see that there's kind of a dashed line there. The dashed line was the original appropriation. The money above that line was as a result of the transfer of funds for Houston Middle School, Houston High School, and then what obviously now those are funds that are being used to support the building of MatSu Central School. But what you can see with that red line is something that we have working against us from the school district perspective for 2024, and that's a significant increase in the minimum required local contribution. This shows what that minimum local has done over time, and you can see that there have been, since 2019, some relatively modest increases. But in 2024, based on increases in the assessed valuation of property in the borough, this goes up significantly. It goes up $6 million. This is important for the district because this is money that is taken away of the state entitlement. So as we have all of those students who work through that factor in the formula, and they get us from that 19,000 to the 35,000, we multiply that by the base student allocation, that gets us to basic need. The minimum required local, which goes from 35 to 42, is taken away from that allocation. So any increase in this required local means a decrease in what is provided to the district from the state of Alaska.
Good night. I'll provide a commentary. So, and I think this is what Member Larson was trying to get at. So, if you look at the gray bar from 2023 to 2024, at 6.3 mils, the borough would contribute $7 million more. That's a big increase for the borough. The state, at the same time, the state's going to give us $6 million less. So we've come out from the district's perspective, $1 million ahead. But we gained 250 kids, which would be 10 teachers, 25 kids per teacher, which costs about $1 million. So we're flat without paying attention to any changes in the consumer price index. And I think really that's probably what you were asking about, Member Larson.
And I think just one thing I'll add before I move on, and probably should have started with this when we were talking about revenue, is that this year, I think in the first time in my memory, and I don't mean my memory of the last 2 months, but I was employed with the district before that, is that the borough and the school district both work together to establish joint legislative priorities. And some of those priorities centered around funding for schools. And so we don't point out this minimum required local and what's changing to imply that the borough has not provided adequate funding. We're not trying to point out any negatives. The relationship has been positive. We've appreciated the support of the borough in helping us advocate for funding for schools. It's just, as you can see, something that's very different as we are looking at the FY24 forecast that we've not experienced over the last at least here in 2019 and the years that we've got, and any of the years prior, it's been nowhere near that high of a number. Obviously, information that you are all probably very well aware of, but that we did talk with the school board about. A lot of the reason for this jump in the required minimum is because of what has happened with appraised values within the borough over time. Seeing really kind of the large jump from 2021 to 2022, which is what the minimum required local for us in fiscal year 2024 is based upon. We know that the 6.3 mils that the district has received, an exception for this year, but really as part of the ordinance that was put into place in 2019, has provided us with stability, and we're appreciative of that stability. And also predictability. And we know it's something that is sunsetting at the end of this year, will require additional conversation, and we're ready to talk about what that might mean. I certainly wish that was expiring not in a year where we were seeing this $6 million decrease from the state as a way to start off that conversation. But what we looked at with the board when we were coming together on the appropriate request for local funding was what that 6.3 mils has meant over the last few years. And we looked at how the calculation was different last year in recognition of CPI and the loss of last year's minimum required local, and how that calculation was pulled together. And what we can see is that if we use the same math as last year in moving forward into fiscal year 24, it's actually in excess of the 6.3 mils. And so in looking at what our projected expenditures were and what we needed to come to a balanced budget, the 6.3 mils was the administration's recommendation and the board eventual approval of the request for local funding from the school, from the Borough Assembly, excuse me. And then in summary, you can see these are how our general fund revenues break down to get us to the total budget of $254 million. The borough appropriation, state funding, and then some other federal sources, which bring us to this amount. I suppose I can pause here if there are questions about revenue before we start talking about expenditures, and if not, I'll proceed. Okay. Again, as we outline the revenue assumptions and recognize that there's a lot at this point in the year that we don't know yet, there are also some assumptions that we have to make regarding expenditures. And so we have made adjustments to our staffing levels as a result of the increased enrollment. They have been modest. We are assuming 10 full teachers. Those are positions that allow us to be flexible with enrollment in the fall when we have students maybe who are not in the locations where we predicted. It allows us to be nimble and make sure that we're not disrupting students and their classes as the year gets started in a reasonable way. In addition, Dr. Trainee mentioned some of the unknowns we have regarding health insurance. and collective bargaining. We've outlined all of those assumptions here. I think the biggest impact on expenditure assumptions is that we are projecting a pretty large transfer from the general fund to support student transportation and a small amount of debt service fund, which is Frontiers Charter Schools building payment. You can see here what staffing levels look like. There's a few kind of key points that I think I want to hit on here. Is that if you look closely at the differences between fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24, it looks like there's a total change of about 69 FTE. What's important to understand is that 34 of these FTE are not new positions in the budget. They were vacancies that existed when the 2023 data was pulled. They also include the 10 poll teachers and the 17 FTE that are for charter schools. Charter schools made the decision to use their allocated ESSER funds to support FTE, and those positions are coming back to the general fund for those charter schools. So really the new positions that exist in the budget are just 8 new FTE, again, as a result of the increased enrollment. And in summary, you can see that our salaries, personnel, and district managed accounts and utilities, including the transfer, get us to a balanced budget of $254 million. And you can see here how these numbers compare to the prior year and how we have this balanced budget in its entirety. And I can pause here for questions before we talk about briefly about long-term planning. Long-term planning is something that is a challenge, and it is particularly a challenge because we are making a number of assumptions in projecting next year's revenue and expenditures. The farther out we go, the bigger those assumptions have to be. And the reality is that the district is required to have a balanced budget every year. So when we look long-term, we'll see some places where there are gaps, and those gaps exist for a number of reasons that I'll kind of get into when we look at those slides. But part of our long-term planning also has to include the review and understanding of what our current fund balance is. Fund balance, as was reported in June 30th, 2022, so at the end of this last fiscal year, was $14 million. A portion of that is fund balance that resides with charter schools, so they have the control over that. But this is what our ending fund balance was last year. One thing I want to mention is the big drop that occurred from 2020 to 2021. That also is a result of the transfer of funds that was made that year to support, at the time, what we thought was going to be Houston High School, and now those are funds that have gone back and forth and are being used to support the building of MatSu Central School. But it's not as though those funds were used to support general operations necessarily. It was a result of that transfer. I think the other big component of this budget that we have to point out and be transparent about is the existence and use of ESSER funds. Since we've had access to them beginning in fiscal year 2020, these are the funds that have really allowed the school district to maintain operations without significant cuts. And these are the funds that we will be relying on for fiscal year 2024 without having reductions in services, without having to cut staff. These funds do expire at the end of next year, and so we will be exhausting them in fiscal year 2024 and have to look at modifications. If there aren't changes in revenue, we'll have to look at expenditure reductions and or a continued use of fund balance for fiscal year 2025 and beyond. So as a result, we get into what I know is everyone's favorite slides, our look at long-term planning. We have 3 iterations of long-term plans. The district is expected and required to do long-term planning, both for our own budget requirements and also as outlined in the ordinance. And so we look at a pessimistic, a moderate, and an optimistic scenario. And what you can see is that the farther we go out and the more we change these assumptions, the harder it is to be accurate on what will be happening in the future. And so these are important tools for us to understand how the different adjustments that we might make in terms of assumptions and revenue are going to impact these long-term forecasts. But no one has a crystal ball. We're not saying that this is an inevitability. We are simply saying that as we look at what will change with enrollment, the borough appropriation, or the BSA in terms of our revenue scenarios, these are the realities that we may face under these specific set of circumstances. And you can see that they change broadly, where under the pessimistic scenario, which again is probably not the reality that we will find ourselves in, we're looking in 2028 at having a $38 million deficit. Whereas if we look at an optimistic scenario scenario C, where we do have large increases in a base student allocation provided at the state level, we're looking at a situation where there's a surplus. So we present these, we know that it's an important part of our long-term planning, but we have to understand the variance that exists within these numbers. And so with that, I'm certainly happy to take questions, or I know there's some information that maybe the manager can present.
I do, can wait till I'm yours if you're wondering. I have a quick question about page 15, the staff comparison. Just so I understand, on the left side, your certified staff, you've got the classroom teachers and then the special education teachers, and then underneath of that, specialists in school. Are those considered teachers as well?
Yes, those are certificated staff. They are not necessarily your traditional classroom teachers. It's not the fourth grade teacher, but they are certificated staff. Yes, they have teaching certificates in the state of Alaska.
Okay, and I was just noticing, I was doing the math here, so I think the plan right now would be to add 71.32 full-time employees, but only 24 of them will be teachers. And that just doesn't matter, that seems a little worrisome to me. So it's red, I mean, it's not my business if we had 71 employees, but I guess I'd just rather see a higher percentage of the teachers. That puts it at less than 40% of the hires being teachers.
So if I might just clarify, if you look at the certificated staff, the adjustment there is a bit smaller than you'll find on the non-certificated staff adjustment. That is primarily because fiscal year 2023, we have some FTE of positions that aren't accounted for because they're vacant. And we've captured all of those vacancies in looking at 2024. We have more vacancies typically on the classified side than we do on the certificated side. Part of that has to do with how the structure of the job exists and how the contracts work for those positions. And so, and it also has to do with how charter schools are bringing positions back into the general fund that were previously in ESSER funds. So this comparison of 23 to 24 with vacancies and with ESSER primarily is a very difficult comparison to capture what's actually happening right now and what we anticipate to happen next year. The only increases in FTE, the brand new FTE we have, are really 16 total FTE, and they are all classroom teachers with 2 assistant principals. And so this is a slide we could do a better job really showing the impact of one year to the other.
Thank you for the explanation. That's why I asked. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, can you explain the 6 million jump, because are they calculating it differently? I mean, our property values are going up, but not, it's not proportional to that decrease. So did they change how they're calculating that? at the state level to make such a significant jump from what, 1.6 million loss of state revenue to almost 6 million?
They have not changed the calculation. This is not a calculation that we do at the school district. It's a calculation that the state does, and they provide us with this information. I believe that it is as a result of the jump that occurs from 2021 to 2022 in the assessed valuation. So the minimum required local is essentially a year off from what we experience in terms of establishing what the 6.3 mils is based on. So if we continue with the 6.3 mils calculation, that's based off of a number from January of 2023. The minimum required local is based off a number from the year prior. So they don't align well.
Okay, I just can't figure, even looking at that, the proportional amount, 1.6 to 6 million is what, 3 to 3.5 times? And our appraised values, it just doesn't track. So I guess if we could follow up on that, I just don't understand if that calculation didn't change, how you have such a huge proportional difference in the deduction that's coming from the state. But I won't drag this down. I also was just curious, so for every $100 increase in the BSA, what's the dollar impact to the school district budget?
So we would multiply that by the adjusted average daily membership. So if we have, if the BSA goes up by $1,000 and we have 35,000, then we would have an increase of $35 million.
That's helpful. And
so you would want to multiply it by this 35,422 generally, any increase.
Just one reminder to everybody, in our assumptions that we're looking at, we have assumed that the one-time funds of 200 and, what was it, KDU? 220. So it would have to go up at least 220 before there was any realized increase.
Okay. And I started out to trade, it's really 250. So we are expecting the VSA to go up by $30. That's what was in the governor's budget. And then we are assuming an additional $220 of one-time monies that is not currently accounted for in the legislature, but we know there's a lot of discussion about increased revenue, and so we were not trying to, under project that amount. So really, if any BSA increase would need to be more than 250 on the AADM in order to change these projection scenarios.
okay, I think I understand that, right? So 250 increase in BSA with no one-time funding would be what you've kind of baked into this budget calculation.
Correct, you got it.
And then just on the that page 19, that unassigned fund balance, is there, when you're looking at how much you want in that fund balance, is there a way that you, is that a percentage of the overall budget? How do you set what your goal is for that unassigned fund balance? Like the borough, we have, certain percentages of our overall budget we're trying to meet in reserves. Is there any kind of goal for some percentage or some marker that you're trying to reach for how much that unassigned fund balance should be?
Yes, we have really two guiding marks in board policy, and I'm sorry I can't quote it for you, but we can get that for you. In board policy, the board has established that we retain at least 5%, and then the state has a 10% maximum. Though that 10% maximum is currently suspended through fiscal year 2025, I believe, as a result of the pandemic. Really, because our intent is to utilize ESSER funds to the maximum extent possible, and those funds expire, again, at the end of next year, there was some recognition on the part of the state that while we are using those ESSER dollars, school districts might have fund balances that grow. Of course, those funds would then be able to help once ESSER expires. So they waived any state cap or maximum that existed for school districts in holding a fund balance. So we can't hold more than 10%, but that's suspended until 2025.
Okay, and 10% of your annual budget, is that the percentage that you're using, percentage of your annual budget?
Correct, 10% of total expenditures.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. So I'm going to talk, I just have two charts. So it's one with orange on it, that's where I'm going to start, and it says local education funding at the top. So I'm going to call hardy this a little bit, because I think there's a little bit more to the story that's important. And so what I want to be clear on is, I am not giving you a commentary on BSA, state flat funding, or the required local contribution. I just want to describe what's going to happen when we have to create tax bills. Because in the end, that's what the finance director and I have to be concerned with in July. So it's really just to share some context for what the Assembly has ahead of them as we enter our budget process as well. So I'm going to start by orienting you to the chart because there's a little bit going on there. But on the left vertical axis there, it shows the mill rate. So 0 to 10. You have a number of stacked bar charts that show you the local education contribution in blue, education or school debt in orange, borough operations in gray, and then other borough debt, which would be your transportation and recreational bonds. So those are all stacked up, moving left to right over a number of fiscal years. So it shows you what the composition of your overall area-wide mill rate is made up of. As you look to the right vertical axis, that percentage only applies to that line, the red line there, and what that red line represents is the percent of overall area-wide mill rate attributable to education. So it's basically the aggregate of the local education contribution against school debt or education debt service. So what you see happening over time is education spending's over 75% of the area-wide mill rate. So what that leads to, and in this case, what's proposed for FY 2024, and I had to make an assumption to get there, is that if you were to hold the existing area-wide mill rate at 8.901 flat, that's what it is this current fiscal year. If you were to hold it flat at 8.901, education spending based on the district's proposed budget would represent 77% of the overall area-wide mill rate. Now, it's very likely, and I say that, I can't see Cheyenne, but I think she's hiding behind that podium back there, so I don't have line of sight. But basically, we have to stand before the Assembly in about a week and talk about what that proposed mill rate is going to be. What I can tell you is we're probably not going to propose 8.901. An 8.901 mill rate based on the increase in property values would lead to roughly a 10% increase in local taxes on the area-wide side. And I don't think there's anyone in the Assembly, I doubt there's too many folks at this table that would think that's a great idea. Back when code was set up to establish the 6.3 mills, one important piece is that it was 6.3 mills of the 10.5 mil tax cap. That represents 60% of overall spending toward education. That's what it was when this was built. Now the mill rate's been lowered to 8.9, so it's just assuming it's flat since we haven't rolled out the budget yet, or the proposed budget yet. That would lead to a much more significant 77% of the overall area-wide mill rate. So what this does is if the Assembly accepts the district's request for a 10% increase, then the Assembly has to either make up that offset to lower the mill rate to reduce that overall tax burden on local taxpayers with the remaining 20% of the budget. See how the math's getting tough now all of a sudden. Or the budget, or you just pass along a substantial increase in taxpayers. So that's the decision now that the Assembly is going to be having to grapple with here at the tail end of April and into May as they look at deliberations. There's been a lot of concern when I talk to different folks about these mill rates. And when you have such a significant increase in these property values, I want to be clear, we haven't lowered taxes, to be fair. We've lowered the tax rate to offset the significant increase in property values. That's what's happened. So we have a lower mill rate, but that doesn't mean we have lower taxes. And I think sometimes that can be a little bit confusing for the public, and that's unfortunate. I'd love it to be simpler. It just doesn't actually work that way. So I think that's what the Assembly has before them. Now, if you flip that chart over, and this is really just for context, and this kind of takes a similar approach on the cumulative change for the required local contribution. So if you were to look at local education funding, or the local education contribution from the borough has been leading the Anchorage CPI by an average of 3% each year for the past 5 years. So if you were to just go back to 2018, the local education contribution, I believe it was around 55 million that year. If you were to take that and project it with the CPI every year for the past 5 years, up through fiscal year 2023, you would see that there's been $28 million in local education funding provided above the CPI for the past 5 years. So I do think it's important to recognize that the borough has consistently, the borough assembly has consistently supported education funding in the way of local education contribution. If you were to add on the FY 2024 proposal, you're looking at nearly $40 million over the past 6 years, above and beyond what the CPI would have called for if that's what you were using as your economic indicator to base funding on over the past several years. So I just wanted to provide that context. It's going to get to be an interesting conversation here shortly because I think we've had a tough time selling a 10% increase in taxes this year. But to be brutally honest, the district's proposal at 10% at 80% of the overall budget will make it very difficult to adjust off of that. And I don't say that to do that, get in anybody's face or poke anybody in the eye. I just want everyone to understand what the 7 assembly members around this table have to figure out in the next month. So I just wanted to share that because I think it's important for context for all of our elected officials on both bodies to understand kind of how, like, what is the rest of the story and how does that actually now start to play out as we establish rates, the assembly establishes rates, mill rates, and how we communicate that to taxpayers and tax bills. So I guess I'll stand by for questions.
Of that $40 million that increased to local contribution to the school district, how much did we actually get versus the state reducing the amount of money that we got?
That's a great question. I think I can answer it. I'm going to use your chart. So I would take the 40 million. Now again, the 40 million assumes the proposed, right? So if you really just look at what's actually come to the district, it's the 28 million. And then you would reduce that.
Let's just go with the 28 million. Right. How much of the 28 million has the district actually received in an increase? So I know that you guys have given us 28 million more, but how much is an increase?
I want to be clear. So the answer is 28 million. However, the state reduced its state, it deducted from the increases in the required local contribution. I believe that would be the aggregate for the years on your chart. Is that correct?
I think one difference is your chart is cumulative, and so you're adding those numbers together to get to 40, whereas I don't know that when we show ours as 13, it's the same.
What we show is the increase each year, and then you would add that up over time. All it does is raises the base. I think it's the same methodology you guys have used for the required local, because it shows each individual year there. You can just add them up, right? So if you look at that, the 28, that's how we arrived at the local, or the cumulative change due to the CPI, if you were to do that, and then you would have to reduce that by the increases in the required local contribution, which totals, including this year, which the 28 million does not, $13 million.
But basically, we got the minimum amount of that money, which is a bizarre way of the state reducing their amount, because if the borough wants to help out the school district, just say they want to help us out, it doesn't matter. You'd have to increase it extremely amount of money because the state, $6 million increase, the state takes $5 million away of their contribution because you gave us an increase. So the money that the borough has given us to increase the contribution virtually isn't there for us to use, is what I'm getting at. It's virtually because the state, in its infinite wisdom, then cuts their contribution. You increase your contribution, state decreases theirs. So the school district doesn't get that $28 million or the $40 million. It doesn't happen.
What I was suggesting is the district got $28 million. That's representative of the actual appropriation for each of those years. Now, there was a reduction in state allocation for each of those years.
Correct.
What I'm saying is that aggregate from 2019 to 2023 is $28 million. The required local contribution, I'd have to go back to the district slide.
But what the public sees is the borough giving us 20, they say, we've increased your allotment by $28 million. And my God, what are you doing with that $28 million? We don't have that $28 million increase in our budget. The state reduces 75 or 80% of that contribution that they, in other words, they reduce their contribution because you increased it. So the net that we get is very minimal. Just like Dr. Traney said, the $6 million that we got last year, we only got $1 million of it because the state reduced this allocation by $5 million because the borough increased its contribution by $6 million, which is absolutely bizarre. But it looks like we're getting a hell of a lot of money extra. In actuality, we're getting a very minimum amount of money. $1 million probably wouldn't even cover a lot of the insurance increases that we've had, much less anything else. But it looks like the borough is really giving us a lot of extra money. But in reality, the state's saying, thank you, borough. Now we can reduce our contribution, which is a strange way of doing business.
Thank you. Ole brings up a very valid point. I think it's just so everybody fully understands. The state is, they're trying to pass the buck. And they are. That's what
they are passing.
They're passing the buck on us and all the residents. And so it does make it tough. I got a couple questions so that I can better understand the history. I will say too, one thing that I very much dislike about this process is that we are tasked with adopting our budget prior to the state adopting theirs. And it does make our life very difficult. And I'm sure it's been that way forever since the beginning of time. That is one of the things I wanted to ask. So I'm only in my third budget season, but has it always been that way? I assume that it has based on the fiscal year.
I cannot remember a time in which we've had a final budget from the state in advance of when we're making a recommendation to a request for the borough.
I figured, and like I said, as Ole mentioned, it does make it really tough. So if everybody, it might make it easier if you guys turn to, if everybody has page 9 of the districts right underneath of our page 2, because it just makes it easier to understand and kind of track them where if you can put them on top of each other. But that seems to be a little bit confusing here about our graph, the blue one. I asked the manager in Cheyenne to please show what the difference would be compared to inflation. And so, again, this 28 million is 28 million above the increases for inflation already. So, and I will say one of the years the inflation was pretty low there. I believe it was in 2021, fiscal year 2021. It might have been 2020, but so that 28 million through 23 is actually above what inflation would have determined. And so I just kind of wanted to see how the 6.3 in code compared to inflation the last 5 years. So that was the reason behind this. And then another thing is ours is proposed in 2024, or our shows are proposed about. Your guys is cumulative as well. I wanted to point that out. 1.93, 0.86, 104, so on and so forth. It is the state. And again, that this assumed this year or proposed for 2024, but as only pointed out, the state is sharing over the course of those 6 years, $13 million. But during those same years, the borough will have passed along $28 million more than inflation would have determined. So it's, like I said, it's, as Mike mentioned earlier, it's a tough situation. Inflation's big, but actually every single year, our real estate values have increased drastically more than inflation. And we get a lot of calls, and a lot of people upset about it, and people that are saying it's going to be hard to bring in living. They're talking about values have not increased nearly as substantial as ours. And so it's, just one example, but yeah, like I said, thanks Mike for making that. I just thought it would help everybody kind of understand the situation a little bit better. And
Ms. McKee?
Yeah, and I'm hoping somebody will put this in layman's terms because I am a layman's terms. When I look at this thing and I see 2023, I still see a little bit of gray, a little bit of yellow up there on this site. But when I get over to proposed 2024, the gray and the yellow fell off the cliff. Well, what does that mean?
Yeah, so the reason on FY 2024 is proposed, the borough hasn't rolled out the proposed budget yet, so the gray for borough operations and the yellow for other debt are not represented because we haven't put that budget out yet. So that's why I had to make an assumption of 8.901, because I don't have a proposed mill rate to offer. So I just assumed keep it flat and it's 77%. That was the calculation we were trying to run. If the mill rate's lower than that, the 77% would just increase as a portion of the overall. So that's why it doesn't show up in 2024. After next week, when we roll that out, we can put those numbers in there. But I needed to make an assumption to be able to calculate the percentage to show the difficulty if the desire is to offset the increase in property taxes by lowering the mill rate. If you only have about 20% of the area-wide mill rate left to monkey with, it's going to be really difficult to create a reasonable or a significant offset. That was the intent of the illustration.
So then basically the borough operations is decreased. I mean, so you can't send an ambulance to so-and-so's house because there's nobody left.
I think that is what happens sometimes, just because of the process itself, right? The school district has to go first, the borough goes last. At times it's probably easier for the assembly to make those cuts at the dais than trying to go back to the school district and saying, hey, we just changed your budget at the last minute. If you recall, there was an amendment last year. You see how well that went. So I think the process somewhat lends itself to that. But really the illustration was just to show there's only that small remaining portion left. You would have to cut 20% much more significantly to create that offset if that's the assembly's desire. And I consider myself to be a fairly reasonable person, and just based on recent past history, I think it's fair to say that's what the assembly desires to do. I'm not trying to speak for anyone, I'm just looking at what we dealt with last year. This kind of a model, we kind of walked that out for the first time where you have an 8, 9, 10% increase in value in a given year. It's kind of crazy. And I mean, we know what we just went through because the assessment notices went out in February, and what happens? Everybody's flipping their lid because they're like, taxes are going up. Now, I'm not saying taxes wouldn't go up, I'm just saying it's an assessment notice. The mill rate is what's going to determine what the taxes do. And that's what we're about to undergo, and I think it's fair for the two bodies to understand that's kind of where we are, and that's where we're headed here in the starting next week. I think our presentations Thursday next week, we'll roll this out, and then that'll start the conversation with the public.
Reverend Merson. We agreed on the 6.3 when property values were pretty stable. I mean, they weren't jumping. My house actually almost doubled, or at least a third more in less than 3 years on a 40-year-old home I've had. I mean, kaboom. So the 6.3 was agreed upon between the borough and between the school district when property values were low and stable. I mean, if you look, I went back, when mine went through the ceiling, I went back 43 years and looked at every year, and it was stable for 30, 35 years, and then the last 2 or 3 years has gone through the ceiling. I'm not questioning that, but that's why we agreed upon the 6.3 earlier. But when we talk about giving the school district $28 million and everybody in the public falling down because you're giving us $28 million more, and we actually don't get but a couple million of that, it's not, it kind of throws mud on everybody. Because actually, you are giving us more money, but the school district does not get that money. We don't get that. Now, what's the answer? I don't know what the answer is. My next issue that I brought up, which is the next one, which says C, which is ballot items. It wasn't ballot items. What I wanted to talk about is deferred maintenance for the next 10 years. And how are we going to try to help pay for the $40 or $400 million in deferred maintenance in the next 10 years. We can talk about that the next one. The whole issue I'm looking at is long-term, not just this year, but long-term. We're headed for a deficit, period. But when you say you've given us 28 million or 40 million more, we're not getting that money. It's a bizarre way of doing business with the state of Alaska. You know, and our percentage with the state of Alaska is dropping as you're increasing, but the school district isn't getting the money. You know, I would love to have $28 million more in our budget from you guys. I really would. That would be sensational. But it's not there. You know, and I think this discussion between Dr. Traney and the mayor and the borough manager needs to be talked about, because I can see your side. You cannot increase $6 million a year or $7 million a year to the school district and try to do not increase the mill rate. You know, I'm just talking in circles, but it's pretty frustrating to me and to the borough and to the school district that we can't, that you as a borough can't help out the school district a little bit, especially when it comes to deferred maintenance and all the other stuff that we've got to look at in the next 10 years without the state then taking X amount of money away from us, or the majority of it away. So we don't end up with a net increase.
And please keep in mind, there's no intent to sling any mud here. It's simply to, and I appreciate your comment. You said, I understand your perspective. That's exactly what this was intended to accomplish. You know, and maybe it's easier to look at this one year. When I look at FY22, if I'm not mistaken, in FY22, the CPI was actually negative. Right? So there was no inflation that year. Yet the local education contribution went up $8.3 million that year from the locals. Now, I'm going to use
get that $8.3 million.
Can I finish, sir?
Oh, we got it, but the state reduced it. That's the frustrating part. I wish we would have gotten a free increase.
And if I'm understanding your slide correctly, the state reduced it by 1.6 million. So there's still a net of nearly $7 million. That's my point. Like, I hear you. I agree. There has been a deduct. I'm just saying, you're right, it's not 28 flat out, but when you backed out the 13 million, you're still looking at, well, actually it wouldn't be 13 million, it would be about 7 million. So the net would still be $20 million above CPI.
Yeah, I think the above CPI is an important, I understand what you're saying with it. One thing that I'll point out is that in 2018, it just so happens, it's kind of easy math for me to do, thank goodness. In 2018, the appropriation from the borough was $55.84 million. And in 2024, what our ask is 77.84. So that's 22 million. So that's a 22 million increase from 2018 to 2024. And over that same period of time, Member Larson, to your point, is there's 13 million. So the net in that year is 9. I think what we recognize is it's not that the borough is not giving that to us, it's that the net for us and what the school district is experiencing is not the same as what the borough is contributing. Really back to what Assemblymember Gunn is saying is that the state is passing this on to the school district. I think the 6.3, the other thing that I don't want to forget to mention or would be remiss not to mention is that Part of that 6.3 wasn't necessarily that the number 6.3 was a magic number in and of itself, but it provided the school district with something to expect and some stability. And so while our ask and what we need for a balanced budget is 6.3 for next year, I understand personally, I don't want to speak for the board, the situation that the Borough Assembly is in and that the manager is in trying to balance these competing interests. But it would be unfortunate if we reverted back to a scenario where every year we had an argument and a discussion and it felt like a fight for funding. So I'm hoping that we can talk about not just what next year looks like, but maybe what the future looks like so that we have some of that stability moving forward.
Thank you. You bring up a great point there. I really don't want to have this happen every year. This is actually quite terrible. So I would like to ask, there are a lot of new members on both bodies, so can you please educate us on the process previous to the ordinance that they did, the 6.3? I know this is the 5th year of it. What happened before? Did the mayor and the superintendent get together? I mean, what did the manager and the finance directors get together? You guys talked about all this before, you just stuck us all up here? I love the consistency, I love the stability. I want stability, that's why I voted to leave it at the 6.3 when it came in force about 18 months ago, give or take. But I also would like to have the process a little bit easier. I'd like to see some more discussion prior to this meeting, I guess is what we're trying to say. So how did they used to do it?
To the body, Shelley Lynn, Finance Director for the MatSu Borough. Prior to the establishment of the 6.3 and requirement imposed to the school district and amount by February 1st, the school district set its budget. There was no dialogue between the borough and the school district as to what that was. It's not at an administrative level. They presented their budget, we moved with it. And we presented what we thought the increase should be.
So just so I fully understand, they would present it, and then we would take it and then we would just decide what we're going to do. I say we, not me, but pass the assembly.
In the manager's proposed budget, the manager's proposed budget would include an amount that we were proposing to give the school district. Historically, that was right around a 3% increase.
Okay, and then as I've seen in my couple of budget seasons already, sometimes the assembly has a dozen plus, if not multiple more amendments, but to our budget, does the school district or the school board ever have amendments? Do you guys make amendments to your budget, or is that, I guess what I'm asking is, the school board members, do they make amendments to your budget? Are you guys really active in that up front, or is it just handed to you and then voted across unanimously, or I'm just curious.
For the record, back to me, Katie Gardner, Deputy Superintendent. The board does take action again in the spring for an adopted budget at the end of May, beginning of June, sort of timeline. They do that once additional information is known, both from the state and from the borough. The process is a little different than what I've seen at the assembly level, but they do take action later to finalize and formalize their budget, and they have the opportunity to make adjustments at that time.
Question. Just out of curiosity, I had earlier fairly interesting comments. How much, I don't see anywhere in this thing, is libraries or classmates? Is there such thing in this, or at least approximate? What page?
We do not have that level of detail broken down in this presentation. We certainly could provide to the assembly the amount of money that is spent to support school libraries. We have that, we track it, but that level of detail is not in here, and I do not have that number off the top of my head.
So if we agree, but instead of having one debate, just out of curiosity, if we eliminated that subject that is very heatedly debated, I just want to know how that will affect us, how much we'll save. And that was just kind of a way of thinking around it. Another thing, Mr. Larson was brought up as pretty much the more borough gives, the less the state gives, correct? Is from what I'm understanding. So, and there was a lot of concerns on the deferred maintenance side of things. So, is there a way to go to the page 8, which was very interesting for me to see on your presentation? There's a minimum and there's a maximum local contributions that are required, correct? On page 8. And almost consistently, that we're almost like at the double, nearly double of what the minimum is, and was actually given. So, is there a way to go to the minimum and then maybe borough allocates money directly to like defer maintenance and everything like that? So then the state doesn't cut in. I don't know if I'm expressing this correctly, but can somebody get on that idea? What I'm trying to say here is pretty much by not letting the state pass it or to us, we give the minimum, but then we'll pick up other expenses that I think I want to hear that.
I think I'm tracking, you're saying reduce the borough's appropriation to the school district in hopes that the state will increase theirs.
Well, that's what I thought I understood, because if we give 8 and you guys only got 1, that investment kind of thing. So I guess we give to their minimum, but then we use the same money, take as much as possible from state, but then defer directly into whether it's a maintenance or facility, that kind of stuff, restructuring way of thinking, I guess.
So, yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying if you give us less money, like further down on that chart, then you would fund other projects. Let's just call it under the table kind of money. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. It would be different than the money that you gave to us.
I think one, just for the record, kindergarten deputy superintendent, one clarification that I would make is that what the state takes away, that required local, that doesn't change based on the amount of money that the borough provides. So if the borough decides to give the maximum, what the state takes away is the same. If the borough decides to give the minimum, what the state takes away is the same. The question about what authority the borough has in directing specific projects would not be a question I could answer, but that funding level is not going to change what the state takes away, if that helps.
Okay, I was just restructuring how we get money, and that made sense. Some of you guys kind of like, yeah, that kind of made sense, but I was just thinking out loud, so to speak, but because that was kind of a little bit of debate. We give 8, but we really got 1, then we'll give minimum, but we'll invest it from a different side of things, whether it's like the deferred maintenance or something that is also, but 100% of it will go there. That was my way of thinking, that's all.
Since everybody's kind of looking at me, I suppose that means I'm supposed to say something. I'm not sure, but I think to Mr. Vaughn's point, I think you could do something like that if the assembly wanted to reduce and then just retain the funding and set up projects to take on deferred maintenance. What caught my eye at first was kind of like, I was looking back at Nick, but I couldn't get him to come forward. Is, when it comes to the school district's budget, that's the school board's responsibility, not the assembly's responsibility. So we want to be careful about not getting into that lane. Those 7 folks are elected to take that on statutorily. But if the assembly wanted to reduce an appropriation, take that funding and then use it for a purpose like that, since the borough owns the facilities, I think that's perfectly reasonable. I'm not seeing Nick shake me off like a catcher and trying to throw a pitch he's not going to catch. So I think that would be the way that would work if you were to take on something like that. It wouldn't be necessarily to get into the school district's budget and suggest what changes that they should make from the assembly perspective.
I just wanted to come back to something Mr. Larson asked, which was what's the answer in this? And so there's a couple things I look at is, I look at this local education funding, and from this one, from 2019 to 2023, you've got 355 more students. You know, that comes with, I get it, that doesn't come with less expense. You've got more demands and more expense. So I completely get how the school district needs more dollars. The other part to me is when you look at the school district's budget, and I think this is a structural problem, is we are 30% of your budget. So we're 30%, but you are like 70% or 2/3 of our budget. So it just, you know, that balance, I guess I'm just still speaking to, I think you guys understand the issue we have, that we can't pass on a 10% increase to the local property taxpayer. And so coming back to what's the answer, you know, one of our weaknesses is we rely just on property taxes at the borough. So we don't have any ability on our revenue streams to take it from other places. And then I think on the school district level, we just, I don't, you know, we have to, I think we're gonna have to get creative unless the state wants to significantly increase their portion of the funding, but it can't. It just, when it's 70% of our budget or 2/3 of our budget and only 30% of yours, we could increase our amount by 10, 20% and it doesn't make a big impact on your budget. So like I think the focus has to be on the state level on diverse, so the answer, focus on the state level, focus on diversifying our revenue streams, which could be growing our commercial and industrial base out here. And then on the school district level, looking to you guys for what's the creative year-to-year budgeting. So we're not always looking at a $20 million hole. What's a stable amount that we can do, and how can we partner together and be creative about finding other revenue sources for you, whether that's, you know, additional federal or state funds or, you know, in kind or however you come about it, or, you know, you could pass it under the table if you could do that. You know, just, I mean, thinking outside the box, because we're just here every year, and that's a frustrating position to be in when you're a parent and you've seen the demands that are needed in the classrooms for our kids and wanting them to have the best education in the country, and, you know, walking into a chem lab and seeing them work with old Bunsen burners and things that, you know, they can't repeat experiments. That hurts their education. Like, that frustrates kids. That's all. That just come back to what's the answer. And I think we need to kind of look beyond just the borough local contribution.
I just want to throw in one quick thing now. Throw in there. You got to remember the state has been flat funding us for 7 years now. So it's the state. You guys have been helping us out, except the state takes money away from us, but they flat fund us for 7 years, and they're talking about a $250 million shortfall again. So I don't see a lot of money coming out of the state for schools again. So we have to be innovative, especially when these ESSER funds fall out, that we don't fall off a cliff, and that's what we're going to do. And we're going to continue to increase career tech, we're going to continue to increase scores, we're going to continue to work with our kids. We're a service organization. We can only give what we get the money for to pay out. And then what we don't get the money, we look at innovative programs, how to cut things down. That's the frustration that we have when we look at our budget. Especially when the state flat funds for 7 years.
Mr. Bennett. Okay. There's 35,000 students in our district, or?
19,000. Yeah, 19,000.
Out of the 19,000, what percentage are homeschool students? And I know over the last few years, especially since COVID, the homeschooling has just gone sky high. What kind of numbers we got there to work with?
Yeah, roughly out of the 19,300, there's about 2,200 homeschool students in MatSu Central, and then is it around 500 in in Twin Bridge. So 2,700 roughly out of the 19,200.
What kind of increase has that been?
It has been a steady increase. Twin Bridge is capped at a certain number. They're a charter school and they have a number. So MatSu Central has grown, and I had this number in my head. It may be like 15-18% over the last 5 years increase. It went up dramatically during COVID and then dropped back off, and it's continued to increase since then.
And then that's not taking account for like IDEA, Reagan, all these other, Galena and Greg. And
Yeah, the statewide homeschool market is a big market right now. There's lots of districts that are actively working to get kids from other districts.
Thank you.
Member Swanson. Keep talking about how the state takes money. I'm wondering where that formula is, and how we know what the set amount is, why they're going to take the same if we get less funding.
Member Swanson, I'll do my best to explain it. For the record, Katie Gardner, Deputy Superintendent for the school district. So that number is based on the total appraised values within the borough. So it is that minimum number is not at all connected to any number that the borough approves to allocate to the school district for education. So the way that the formula is set up is, so if you look at this slide, there is a minimum that is determined at the state. And for school districts that have a local municipality or borough that provides for schools, what the state has said is that that's the municipality's responsibility. They are required to fund to at least that level. And because we set that as a minimum requirement and they have to fund to that level, the state is not going to duplicate that funding. So it's the minimum required. So, and this number is based on the total appraised values of the borough. So for us, the borough. So as those appraised values go up, which is not necessarily directly connected with funding, that minimum required local goes up. And so it's a requirement that the borough has to provide that amount. And because they're required to, the state pulls it away. Now our borough provides money in addition to the minimum required. But for example, if we looked at 2023, the borough provided $70 million. That's 70, that's real dollars. Those are real dollars that the borough provided to the school district for operations. But what happened is when we got to the point that we were calculating the state's basic need, the state takes off this $36 million and doesn't provide it to us. So the borough does provide us with 70, but the state removes 36 when they're doing their calculation. You pass that forward into fiscal year 24, if the borough holds flat at 70 million, they will give us $70 million. That's real revenue that the borough is transferring to the school district for operations. It's just that the state of Alaska is now going to not give us 42 instead of 36. So the net that the district would experience in that scenario would be a reduction of about $6 million, a reduction of the increase in that required local. But that's why it doesn't necessarily directly correlate to what the borough agrees to provide in funding. It's a calculation that the state does based on these appraised values. Thank you.
Mr. Bush.
Just since this is my first rodeo, getting a little bit of knowledge of the school district's leftover budget at the end of the FY. Does that go back to the MatSu Borough General Fund, or where does that go?
Yeah, Member Butcher, the fund balance, so the fund balance is what is measured once a year at the end of the fiscal year, and that's the money that stays in reserve that has not been allocated and not been expensed. We do have minimums and maximums that we have to maintain. We talked about that a little earlier. The maximum has been lifted by the state. We do not lapse any of our fund balance back to the borough. we did that historically. I couldn't tell you how many years ago, 7, 8 to 10 years ago, something like that, is when we did have a requirement that it was 50%, and then it was changed to about 25%. But that practice, that is no longer in borough code. So we retain this fund balance. That way the school board has access to those funds to deal with contingencies and or soften any funding reductions that might be experienced from one year to the next.
What's a ballpark average annual leave that is left over?
Well, if you can look at the slide here, this is the fund balance that has existed. And so as it's grown and shrunk, that's the difference in that year. That's how that year impacts the fund balance. So for example, if we looked at fiscal year 2025, we had a year-ending fund balance of 14 million, and then in 2026 we had a year-ending fund balance of 11 million. That means we spent $3 million more than we received revenue for. We relied on $3 million of fund balance in fiscal year 2026. Conversely, fiscal year 2018 to fiscal year 2019, we had about $9 million. We spent $9 million less than we anticipated, and that rolled into fund balance. So we could mathematically come up with an average, but you can see that there's a fair amount of variance in here, and there are lots of reasons for why that exists, especially in these last few years.
Do you have a projection for the end of FY23?
We have not put together a fund balance projection for fiscal year 2023 yet. It is something that we are working on.
So what is the actual figure, like right now, in all the little pots of money that the school district has that are like unassigned or whatever you call that? What is it? 2.5 million? Is it 10 million? Is it 20 million? What's it look like?
Well, we measure fund balance only once a year, and the most recent measurement of fund balance was the end of fiscal year 2022, and that was 14.9 million.
And is that still there?
Yes, we have not projected, nor do we anticipate spending fund balance in fiscal year 2023.
So that's 14 million there, and then what's left for MaSu?
We have about 14 million.
So that's like 28 million. That's a lot of money. But that's not assigned to anything, right? That's contingency kind of like.
No, that's not correct. The fund balance is unassigned. The ESSER is continuing operations for fiscal year 2024.
True that,
so
still, it's $3 hanging out there, $14 million plus the other 14 million. And that just seems like there's a lot of money on hand. And that kind of makes me think twice about how much we want to fund the district when they've got this big pile of money there, and then we're looking at borough operations just keep getting decreasing, like I said in the beginning. If the ambulance can't come to your house because we are at that 6.3 floor, and you got, what, $28 million in out just right there? That's pretty hard to sell.
For clarification, the $14 million in ESSER is what's being used to maintain operations in fiscal year 24. That's not contingency dollars that are hanging out there. We're using those to fund services that exist in fiscal year 2023.
How about the other 14 million?
Those are what you might refer to as contingency dollars. We do not have plans for those specific dollars. Now, some of that 14 million really is at the discretion of charter schools to use. So they may have plans for those. I can't speak to those individual schools or their APCs as to how they plan to use those dollars.
Does the school district have anything like, I would consider a savings account, like any chump change lying around that is unassigned? In addition to the 14 for the ESSER and the 14 that's unassigned, and is there anything else hanging out there?
Well, the district has a number of funds that it manages, but the unassigned fund balance for the general fund, those are the funds that are for operations.
Thanks.
Ms. Swanson. That 14 million we're talking about, what percentage is that for Bill?
Our total operating is 254 million, so I'm not.
Is that our floor is 5% based on board policy, correct?
That is what the board has recommended for us, yes, in policy, is to maintain a 5% fund balance to be used in unforeseen circumstances.
So this number is part of that 5%.
This number is part of that. I'm guessing Dr. Trainee did his mental math.
So 14 million of 254 is about 5.5%. So we're just over the threshold as of the last time we did the fund balance, which is the end of the last fiscal year. And then, I know I mentioned this, but I can tell it was lost in all of these presumptions, and it is very backwards that we have to do it this way. We are actively negotiating with all of our two largest unions. Could you look at slide 16? Because I think it's an easy math problem. So salaries and benefits are 79% of our expenditures, which is about 200 million. So even a 1% increase would be $2 million additional in the first year, and then it would, if it was 1% each year, it would compound. And so that's what's, it's just another factor that we have to, so yes, we have 14 million, about 4 of which is charter schools. Some of the charter schools are actively saving that money to try to build the buildings that I know you all know need considerable work, which leaves about 10 million. And we are in negotiations with our two largest unions, and a 1% raise is going to be approximately $2 million.
And so we're talking about salaries. And I got, I don't know, last year or sometime, I got a 3-page salary schedule from the school district. And that was last year, so I'm assuming there's been a raise this year. And I'm looking at, is the school district looking kind of in-house as to where it can kind of pare down and pare back? Because when I took the top 7, apparently we have 5, or had at that time 5 associate superintendents, plus a deputy, plus the superintendent. When you put all those salaries and benefits together, you get $1,537,900. It would take 12, I've been a teacher for 26 years. I have no skin in the game, I'm retiring this year, it's not about me. So if I make 84,000, something like that, that's about 12 teachers worth of money that goes to those top 7 positions, top 7 positions in the district. And I'm just wondering if maybe somebody needs to maybe take a look at what's being expended for administration versus what's being expended for actual instruction. Because those in the trenches don't see that. And then if you add into that pupil-teacher ratio, by the way, what is the pupil-teacher ratio, let's say, overall?
It is 23-to-1 at the lowest number and 33-to-1 at the highest number. So for secondary versus elementary, the numbers are different.
Yeah, so like high school, I think it's 33.
33, and primary, kindergarten through 2nd grade is 23-to-1.
And I look at some of the PTR, for instance, at my school, and I'm only speaking to that, but my preferring, for instance, for me is 34, because I'm already one above high school. And how is that, if you don't mind, can I continue to ask? How is that PTR set up? Is it like, this is what I heard, that like, let's just say that if you had 50 students and your PTR was supposed to be 25. So you've got, Mrs. Smith has 43 kids and Mrs. Jones has 7 kids. You've got your 50. But the PTR obviously is not going to be right. Is that how that's calculated?
Not exactly. So when the PTR, there are 2 important numbers that we look at. There's the pupil-teacher ratio, and we use that for budgeting purposes, and we use that as a method to allocate staff and ensure that staff are allocated where students are. And you also have average class size, and that is a little bit more about what you see in reality in a school building. And so PTR is used for our regular education programs, and so those are all of your classroom teachers at the secondary level. It's your core and elective teachers. But we have a number of staff that we provide in addition to that PTR. So oftentimes PTR at the secondary level might be 33-to-1, and you might have a number of classes that you see that are significantly less than that. So the PTR is what we use as a budgetary metric. It's a target, it's not a trigger. It doesn't mean that when a primary class gets to 24, there's another teacher allocated. So it's the target that we use to allocate staff based on our projections. And then principals have discretion, and at the secondary level, it's more complicated because you have a master schedule that you're making work, and you might have fewer students who are ready and are interested in, say, AP Calculus than you might in Algebra 1. So those class sizes might not align perfectly with that PTR, but we allocate staff in addition to that PTR, so that does not include some of our CTE teachers, which are extra programs we provide, and it wouldn't include special education teachers.
Thanks.
And I'd just like to, with regard to the administration at the district office, so when I took over, there was a naming convention that has since changed. Ms. Spargo is in the room, and so there was that position, and then there were 3 other positions in the district office under it. And what we did was we flattened that. Instead of having superintendent, then Ms. Spargo's position, and the 3 others, we just renamed them and had 4. So it's the same 4. It was actually a slight reduction in salary, very slight that first year. Shortly thereafter, we had someone who became the borough manager leave the organization, and we didn't replace that position. And since then, we've had our previous deputy superintendent, Mr. Folk, leave the organization, and we haven't replaced that position. And in addition to that, we combined federal programs with one of the existing associate superintendents. So at upper levels, we've actually cut 3 positions over the last 3 years. And the other thing you're looking at was just a simple naming change convention.
If there are no more questions, thank you, Ms. Gardner. Moving on to item C, November ballot bond items requested by member Larson.
That came out wrong. I'm not requesting any kind of bond on the ballot, but that's an option. I just wanted to state that, I think it was in 2010 when we had the $200 million bond come through. That was 15 years ago. We were able to build 5 new buildings and do a lot of maintenance, deferred maintenance. We put in boilers, we fixed roofs, we did carpet, we did all kinds of stuff. And what I'm looking now at are the school district, and not me, it's the school district, but looking at maintenance from today for the next 10 years. We don't have that kind of money. And I was just throwing that out to try to figure out, do we want to, as a collective, do we want to keep the bond money the same payment and utilize, as we pay it down, utilize that money for maintenance and for continuing to keep our buildings upgraded, or what's, I don't have an answer. I'm just throwing that out here. I have no answer. But if we don't do anything in the next 10 years, we put about $2 million, I think, in our budget for CIP, CPI, I mean. And how much money do we have? How much deferred maintenance do we have?
I have a number in my head, but I'm only about 50% positive. Do you know what our deferred maintenance, the total is?
The total deferred maintenance, so all maintenance that may not be completed on schedule is millions upon millions. But we do have a series of projects that we would be prepared, and we do have a 6-year CIP list that we will be bringing to the board in April to review and discuss. And we have another list that identifies kind of our top 50 projects and what those might look like. Some of those we plan to and are able to fund through the CIP fund. Others are larger in scope and would require additional funding in order to be able to move forward with.
Mr. Yap?
Yeah, we have, so when a building is built, the architects and engineers put together a deferred maintenance schedule. And sometimes they'll design it out over a 20-year span or a 30 or 50. It really just depends on the quality of construction up front, and then their best estimate as to how that will go. Obviously, you have some bad things that can happen, like we see with Houston 5 years ago, but have you guys ever checked that? I mean, you get these deferred maintenance schedules, condo associations are set up this way as well. But do you guys have a process in-house with your maintenance team to go out and check those schedules against the realities? Because sometimes the architects are off and actually you have more deferred maintenance than you would show in the papers, right? And sometimes they're off the other way and maybe you actually have way less. So I was just curious. I understand the process very well, but for those that don't, again, the architects and engineers create that, and do you guys have an internal process to check that as time goes by?
So a couple of responses that might be helpful. The 6-year CIP list that was most recently approved by the school board, the fiscal year 2024 total is $67 million, if that was the number that you were thinking of. Now, MatSu Central School was part of that list, and so we would take that 24 million out of that 67 just for context in terms of those top priorities that we have identified. And again, we'll be doing another list this spring. To your question, Member Jans, yes, we do have an internal process, and so that's why I say when we look at all of the deferred maintenance, so those items that have been identified through that building process as needing attention or needing to have some process gone through, it's millions upon millions upon millions of dollars. What we do have is we have a prioritized list of those projects that our staff have gone through and looked at and have identified and were escalated or critical need for. And so we have a process by which we take those projects, we rank them, we have a rating schedule, a rubric that they go through to identify how we would rank those projects. Those projects inform our 6-year CIP list, and those projects also inform our request to the school board for the use of our own internal CIP funds to be able to support some of those projects. And they range in size. I'm looking at our most recent list, and the top project is $12 million in seismic repairs. But we've also got an item, 6 items down the list that's just $40,000 for parking and drop-off improvements. So the range is pretty large, but we definitely don't just take what the architects have provided for us and run with that. Our team has a method that they use to go through and make sure that we're funneling the resources that we do have to the most critical needs.
Awesome, thank you, that was a great explanation, and that's what I assumed you did, but I just wanted to ask. Thank you.
If there are no further questions, we will move on now to item D, career and technical education update. Dr. Train?
All right. While Ms. Morrissey and Ms. Zug come up to the microphone, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce Trish Zug. She is, without a doubt, the most renowned CTE expert in the state of Alaska, and I would say along the West Coast and perhaps in the country. So we have a real gem in Ms. Zug. She has more information that she can possibly teach us all tonight about our career technical education programs. I know that she's super fun to listen to, and feel free to ask questions. Right before I introduce her, I'm going to tell you that this year we have the largest number of students ever in our career technical education courses. We anticipate it'll be over 7,000 courses completed this year. I always talk at school board meetings about things we should be proud of and things we need to work on. And the thing that we should be most proud of is we really are a leader in career technical education, and a lot of that is due to Ms. Zook. Take it away.
Wow, thank you. So a kind introduction. I think that's twice now he's done that for me. So I am Trish Zug, for the record, current tech ed program administrator for the MaSu School District. And tonight, I did want to give you an update, but since my domain is career and tech ed, I have a real tough time doing stand and deliver. So I'll just tell you, if you're sleepy in my class, you can have a drink of water, and you can stand up, or you can suck on a Jolly Rancher. That's how I dealt with sleepiness. So I know we all want to adjourn our meeting tonight, and so I will be quick, but I want to give you some highlights, and then at the end, of course, I'll have time for questions, but then also have some offerings to you for an opportunity to actually put eyes on our programs via tours and any other way that you want to investigate something that you might find tonight of interest. So I will get started. The acronym CTE is Career Technical Ed. You will quite often hear that referred to as vocational ed. There was an intentional name change. Don't always go that in depth, but I wanted to make that clear tonight just because I think we hear both of them used synonymously, but the name change was very intentional so that we aren't associating the old stereotypes and the stigmas about what vocational ed was. And that was those programs down that hall where kids did go to college. Those programs that might have been just exploratory in nature. So hopefully you'll garner a little bit from what I have to say tonight that that's in fact not what career tech ed is. We have 21st century high quality career tech ed. There's a framework, 12 evidence-based framework that you can evaluate your programs on. And as Dr. Trainee said, we're very fortunate to have a supportive community, and we can find evidence in all 12 of those categories. So I'm not going to go into that tonight. These are the 5 things I wanted to kind of spend a little time with you tonight. And again, I'll try to be quick here this late in the evening, but you'll see a star next to work-based learning, and that's an intentional item because Mr. Brown, the borough manager, and I visited, I think last year, about that being a desire of the assembly to hear a little bit more about work-based learning and apprenticeship and some of those components of that. And so this will be kind of my circle up on that ask of your prior, some of the folks are here and some that asked about it. So we'll just get started. So I wanted to look at pathways in our programs. I think we need to baseline that so that we don't hear, oh, I didn't know y'all did that, or my student could take that, or I wish I had taken that when I was in high school. So all the things we hear, I'll clarify a little bit there, how we have access and availability to our programs, where we have rigor. I think that word is not always associated with current tech ed, so I'm going to really enlighten you on, we absolutely have rigorous programs. And work-based learning, some big rocks and statewide efforts, and then I'll close with just a few showcases. So hopefully we'll get through this and you'll see some vibrant colors. So we're in the midst of a marketing campaign so that we can answer a lot of the questions around career tech ed, and that was intentional. We're guided on our federal Perkins money. It's called Carl Perkins Grant. It's a big part of our funding that's passed down through the state, and we are asked to do a comprehensive local needs assessment. We're not asked, we're required for what our CT needs are, and all stakeholders need to be engaged with that. So if you've got the chance to be part of a survey that I put out for many stakeholders in the community, a focus group over the last couple of years, one of the highest results and recommendations from those that research, and we used Hanover Research, if you remember seeing some of their materials out there, so that we got validation from a third party. But one of the key findings was that we really could always do marketing and just really baseline what you have to offer and how students have access. So we do have a brand new website. I'll mention that just a couple times with some amazing graphics and videos that I really wanted to show. So down the right and left-hand side, those kind of marquees for each of our pathways. So we're arranged around 8 pathways of learning. Those are the broad categories up there. Under each of those are what we call our CTE programs. So I apologize, this is hard to read. All of this is on our website. But what you'll see, I'll just give you an example. Under natural resources, there are 5 bullets. Those are 5 programs of study. Programs of study each have their own journey through a series of rigorous courses, increasing rigor courses. So animal science, horticulture, process technology, utility operations is actually bringing natural resources out of the ground. That's where that, and these are roughly based on the 16 federal career clusters, wildland firefighting, and then if you see a grayed out one like geospatial, those are programs we have had in the past that may be on a back burner based on whether we have the staffing or we just migrated to a different program for a space and time. But anyway, so if you're wondering why a few of them are grayed out, or they're ones that we've, we're going to invest some time in reviewing our curriculum for those. So moving on, 8 programs, I call them our measurements of CTE. 8 programs, 8 pathways, 32 programs, and over 200 courses offered for career tech ed in the MatSu School District. On your left-hand side, addressing access, availability, and rigor, you will see a graphic that shows you the different schools and the programs they have, and The center box that is white, I just want to particularly talk about what we have for our district-wide access and equity. Those are our CT capstone programs that we cannot duplicate across the district for reasons of instructor capacity or facility. And so, for instance, our CNA program is 20 years running. We're the only district in the state that runs that fully out of a high school secondary program. Most have to access a college program, which we articulate with, but we have had RNs that teach that for 20 years in our district. And so we don't have the ability to have RNs at all our facilities or the nursing facility that mirrors industry. So that and those that are on that list, dental, pharmacy, welding, those are junior senior level classes that we save seats for. They're magnet programs, and students from across the district can take advantage of those. On the right hand side is some evidence of rigor. So we do have 28 classes that articulate for college credit. The college validates that, we don't, so that's an external validation that our curriculum is at a college level and is synonymous with 28 of their classes. We have academic options, so an example is foods and nutrition class would then be eligible through a vetting process of looking at the standards and what's top for the learner outcomes as a science elective credit. So when you see academic elective options, that's where we can use those for some of the math and science that aren't scripted in our district. And then the bottom one would be quite a litany of our industry recognized credentials. So I won't get really in depth, but that is out there and I can elaborate at any point with you on those best known as certifications that come out of our program. So I wanted to spend just a couple slides on this again to the ask from the assembly last year that where we stand with work-based learning in particular. The ask was, do we have apprenticeships? That's very timely, lots of federal money, lots of talk about apprenticeship. We have an extremely large workforce gap. You guys all know that hits every sector of employment, and we have never been in a position in secondary education or in tech ed with our delivery that has confluenced with industry involvement as we do now. It's quite attractive to me, having pined for that for so long. We did ed, and then workforce development happened down the street, but the confluences are wonderful, but they come with challenges. We graduate our students at 18, and they don't graduate with 10 years experience in the field, so we're doing a lot of work around work-based learning. Our students can engage in learning about work, through work, and at work. There's some categories there of ways that we can do that. I'm happy to say that I'll show you a couple slides, examples of where we do that in our district. And again, without defining for you the difference between an internship and an apprenticeship, we exist in what's called pre-apprenticeship, and we have the opportunity to have our students have leverage out of our programs as they enter formal registered apprenticeships. So again, I can elaborate at another time. This is where we enter into industry coming into our building, so that learning about work. And we have high schools reported out to me. These were the numbers of industry representatives they have had in their building over the year or the last year or two. Some high schools are seeing 20, 35, 40, 55, 65 to 80 industry representatives in their building. And that's a remarkable increase, again, because they really want access to our graduates from our programs. We are really pleased to have the 4C space in our time and day so that we can do transition plannings, and we can offer that opportunity for our students to speak about what's expected of them in industry and make intentional transition plans for them. And so that's a space that they're coming in to visit with our students in the 4Cs portion of our day, as well as interrelated classrooms. And I just took Burlesque Safety Alliance, NC Machinery, I'll just say a few here, Cruise Construction. I'm quite engaged in industry tours because, again, just getting hands-on and seeing our programs is very lucrative to them. And so that's a piece that we also do is tours. I'll show you a few more beyond just coming in and having our students learn about work. We actually have students that learn at work. And so whether it's clinicals, job shadows, internships, practicums, employment, we have quite a litany of those. I just took 3 programs and put some of the practitioners and businesses out there that engage our students in And so I use CNA as an example. We have students that go out and do 48 hours, I believe it is. They do 12-hour shifts. We have partnered, we were in Providence Hospital during COVID. We have been in, we're in Maple Springs now. We watched that be built, and we're super excited to be able to place our CNAs there for their required clinical hours. They do graduate our program board certified through the state of Alaska. So it's a regulated program, and we're happy to keep that regulation, up to par so that we can have an honorable program. Pioneer Home, MatSu Regional, Prestige Homes in Anchorage. There's some examples, again, without reading them all, of where our students are learning at work. And I'll do one more showcase to get out of that kind of health pathway. This one is the power of quality programs. Our welders go straight to work or get apprenticeships at, kind of did a little word cloud for you there. But Dan Trotter, we have welding programs, just to highlight welding at the brand new Houston High School. We're a little bit behind on deployment of that just because of the procurement process of getting welders. Everybody in industries also wants welders now. So, but we'll get there. That's going to be just an amazing new facility to deliver. But we have welding facilities at Palmer and at Houston and at Reddington and at Colony, and that's by way of industry, indicating that as a high-wage, high-demand job. And so our students also go on to post-secondary NIT, UAA, AVTech, and Lower 48 in all domains of welding. So anyway, just a really active partnership with all the folks mentioned there, and our students are really able to come out of that program with an AWS certification. Many of our students are able to really, because Dan, we're gifted with a CWI, Certified Welding Inspector, teaching at a high school level. That's pretty rare, but that's an example when I talk about RNs and I talk about CWIs that are teaching our young student. What a gift that is. I call them the golden ticket because we all know what they could probably be making in industry, but they're just so engaged with our students. And so there's a highlight of some of those programs. And just a few more that we are doing work-based learning through. We have a college and career fair in October. It's not just a college fair, notice, and we have folks there that are courting our students to do non-traditional jets, not just college. The troopers come, military comes, apprenticeship, IBW, 302 operating engineers, all have opportunity to have a conversation there. To that point tomorrow, I'll leave here and be prepared to go set up at the Menard Center. We have over 100 vendors, and we partner with the Department of Labor, putting on an employer expo. It's their baby, but we bring students into that, and really, again, with the workforce gap, they don't have enough room. They have a waiting list to get tables there. We do mock interviews all across the district. Construction Career Day, if you've heard about it, it's at Raven Hall. It's a big, awesome event. Went away for COVID. It's back this year on April 26th and 27th. Real live demos, lots of hands-on internships. And then the last one there, if you don't know what CTSOs are, Career Tech Student Organizations, they used to be called like VICA and Skills USA and FFA, and VICA was the predecessor to Skills USA. HOSA is our health occupations. Those are where our students have their state competition. We just had basketball. I'm going to highlight a showcase here that happened at the same time basketball was happening at the Alaska Airlines Center. We had a state competition in auto at the university, and that just is a little bit under-recognized, of course, in my opinion. And so anywhere that we can get a lift to have that better supported, and again, that's a whole presentation in and of itself, but those students that showcase in those competitions, for instance, we have our hydraulics diesel competition sponsored at the 302 Training Center over on Palmer Fishhook, and the students that win that have a direct entry into an apprenticeship bypassing the interview process. And so our programs, that's where we can really have our students show their disciplines, and it has leadership and civic duty and lots we can talk about there. But just a few more things here, some big rocks. Houston opened, it is a career-focused school. That's going to be an awesome addition for our Upper Valley, and we engaged in public comment and time for their community to be heavily involved in what they wanted to see in their new high school. And so I just talked about the Employer Expo. The geometry and construction of Amdo algebra is kind of one of my, before I passed the baton, I really spent decades watching us talk about math and academics and what are we going to do, and our scores and how do we move the needle. And I can tell you that's one that we're going to take a group in tomorrow. They've deployed in Anchorage. It's at West High. We're going to deploy, but those are classes that we can contextualize our math learning in both of those courses. And I can just tell you, stand by to see what happens with math scores and the proficiency that happens. And the longitudinal study out of Colorado, where that started for many years now, and it's across the nation, is those students typically beat the wall-to-wall math classes as well as even AP and STEM magnet schools. So just a vote for contextualized learning. Anytime you're learning slope and you're building something and there's a roof line and you can apply it, there's a lot of engagement there with students. So that one has a big star for me, and I'm excited to watch us deploy that. Talked about CTSO summer intensives. We will have an opportunity for students to come in and learn early about what we do so that they can then micromanage their schedule as they go into high school and get a chance to do an intensive in health and construction. And so again, so much here. On the statewide side, I will just say that we are part of the Good Jobs Challenge. That was federal money that came out, millions of dollars. We applied across 52 entities across the United States, got a piece of $350 million. We were given the sector that won for Alaska, we were awarded in healthcare. Alaska Primary Care Associates is the holder of that right now. It's $9.7 million to do healthcare education over the next 3 years, and that is intentional transitions for training programs into jobs, apprenticeships, surgical techs, CMAs. But we were a recipient, we're a partner. They had to have secondary partners, so as a school district, we will see the opportunity to have $300,000 over 3 years to invest in just healthcare education. Infrastructure money, I think a lot of you know that money's out there, and we're engaged in that conversation with how that money's going to trickle down to Alaska, and that's a big movement on the federal level, and there's work for us to be engaged there, even at a secondary level. HB 31, just for your kind of radar, is a bill that's being proposed, and it is the modernization of the APS, the Alaska Performance Scholarship, and some of the key components that are being suggested in that is that courses that weren't otherwise considered eligible, such as CT courses, are now going to proposed to be considered. It's proposed that the dollar amounts for that would be going up, that it can be used for part-time students at the university level, that it can be used for a longer span of time, from 6 to 8 years. So I'm just kind of peppering you with some of the components of that. The statewide testing or the ACT and SAT scores that are required, possibly, across the nation, those have gone away in a lot of cases through COVID. So just if you're interested, a drill down on that, that does have a CT component that's quite exciting, so that more training centers that aren't just traditional four-year institutions students can use their APS scholarships even at more institutions. Work-based learning coordinators and career guides are really that confluence, that piece of how do we move these 32 programs and our graduates, and how do we intentionally and explicitly move them into employment, move them into advanced employment, move them into the next level of training. And that's a conversation that I feel like a full-time person could have all day long in this gap that we're in. So I'm in constant conversations with labor about how do we break funding, so that we just don't have a job center down there at the end of the valley and we're doing the work in the 4Cs and the counselors and just somebody to, and so again, there's reps of how we have rated funding, and so that's a conversation I'm having readily, as well as the districts across the state, having intentional work-based learning coordinators, career guides. I do sit on the Workforce Investment Board, the Governor's Workforce Investment Board, as well as the Commission on Post-Secondary Education. So I have a voice for the Valley, and I sit as the public education rep. So just for informational purposes, as if you want to hear about what's going on in that board and that commission, and then construction career day I already mentioned. So going quick, and I will stop for questions in just a minute. Just the last thing before I do questions, there are a couple showcases, and There's so many, but in the upper left corner is our Skills USA Automotive program that took place on Friday at UAA. The picture that I like the most is the bottom right, and that's a Princess Cruise bus. Industry is so invested, and we had a hardship to get a bus because of our kind of our busing constraints here in the district. And state basketball was going on. We really couldn't even get a private coach. We were really having a tough time. Princess Cruz said, you know what, I probably want to hire every one of those students that are competing in the auto competition to come to our bus barn and work on our buses. So we're sending a bus out, and they sent a bus out for free and brought our students to Anchorage. But those kind of partnerships, Snap-on Tools, Lithia, Swigert, there's some pictures there. We did have students, 80% of the students, without calling out the rest of the state, but it's almost like an invitation to participate, were from the MatSu, Wasilla High and Palmer High's auto program, and our couple of young people that won, Wasilla High gets to have a Mercedes brought to their school and added to their program as part of his prizes and awards. So anyway, that was a fun event. We have an heavy equipment simulator at the grader there, but I believe that's actually an excavator. But we have 4 pieces of equipment that are simulated on a state-of-the-art, the best equipment simulator that's out there. We repurposed a lab, so if you get a chance to go to Wasilla High, it's down between the auto and our CAD lab, and it's just really a neat space for, we have 3 simulators in there now. We do intersect with industry. We'll have a showcase day later this fall at 302. You can imagine the industry that wants to participate in the deployment of that. And at the bottom is just that opportunity for me to emphasize Dr. Cheney's work with raising rigor across the district, and we are an and district. It's not just that rigor is in our academic courses, and I wanted to highlight 2 there such examples. Dr. Rachel Kennedy went to Wasilla High School. She was in our CNA program. She wrote our instructors and said, listen, when I was being interviewed for residency, the practitioners wanted to hear about my CNA program I took in high school because of how informative it was for her and started on her post-secondary journey. As well as that, I didn't know if you know, but we actually have 2 graduates out of that 10 that were white-coated there, that 2 of our graduates out of our Pharm Tech program are now on the doctoral pharmacy program here in Alaska, and it's a partnership with Idaho State. So again, we are an and it's not just vocational ed at the end of that hall. We have some amazing opportunities for our students to engage in direct entry as well as all the way through doctoral programs. So this is right before my questions. I do invite you to go to our website. It's in the district website under the CT department, and the testimonial videos from industry, from parents, from students, as well as program videos are quite impressive. I was going to play one tonight, but I think I'm just going to, they're only a minute or 2, but I'm going to shorten this and just go directly to questions. So you can get to those on our website. So I'm happy to take any questions if you want to hear any more about CTE, and again, the offer's out to segue from here, any tours or anything else you want to see.
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
I'm probably pretty biased. I echo what the superintendent said earlier. Jess Hall and myself, 2 homeowners, met with Trish multiple times, trying to help bridge the gap between our juniors and seniors into the workforce as carpenters. One industry that I know that's hurting really bad, and I talked to Jason about it recently, Jason Ross, the principal of Career Tech, is we don't have nearly enough CDL drivers in the state or in the country. And it's not in my industry that we use them or whatever, but I know it's a huge problem. I heard there's hundreds of openings on the North Slope right now. And it's difficult because you can't get your CDL until you're 19, but Jason and I were talking about this, and you can get a kid interested in it much sooner, and I think there are, I don't know what you call them, video games, life-size video games you get in. I think they're about $50,000 per device that you get in and actually drive a truck in reality in life. And you can get your learner's permit while you're still, before you're 19. So maybe that's something we've seen it with the shortage of bus drivers recently. It's affected our district every other one. I do think that might be a direction we want to look at. How we can help. It's working. My son's about to graduate at Colony High, and he just turned down a $30 an hour job on the slope because of all of his welding certifications. I was baffled. actually appalled that they would, well, he's got the certifications, Trotter's program is that awesome. He doesn't want to work on the slope, he's going to go on a plumbing apprenticeship instead, and work locally, but these programs are working. And like I said, I'm biased, but this is my favorite part of school, in my opinion. I think the school board and what you guys are doing is absolutely amazing. So maybe look into the CL thing and how we can help bridge that gap. And that is absolutely awesome. So
Thank you. And so through Madam DeVries, member, yeah, we have looked into that, and you're correct, there's a couple vendors that do it. It's a little bit outside of the space of high school, but as we know with everything, even the pharmacy board, hey, maybe we're going to lower the age for the pharmacy tech from 18 to 17. Those reps are happening all over the place, and so, and our homeschool students out at MatSu Central quite often intersect with NIT and their programs. They have a component where they're able to access curriculum there. So we do, and then again, please come out and see the heavy equipment simulator because again, it is been validated by industry just as fast really you can get as you can get until you can actually be 18 and get forklift certified. But you're totally risk averse by the time you show up. So that's the bonus of that. So thank you.
I'm very impressed. Very, very impressed. Last year when we came to this meeting, there was no talk of this whatsoever, and I was going, man, I'm gonna have to ship all 9 of my grandkids out of state to get trained. I'm very happy to hear this. Thank you for this presentation. Thank you for all your work. There's no place that I go during the day or during the week that they're not short of hands. Everyone's short. Mechanics, drivers, operators, everyone's short. So thank you, and thank you for all of your hard work. I'm very impressed.
Thank you. Through DeVries, thank you for your kind comments, and it really isn't me. This is it's a body of work. We have instructors that, again, if I can support them, they do what they do with students. It's amazing the outcomes when we put the right curriculum together and we have industry support. And again, we have evidence of many high-quality components, and that's where you'll see those outcomes. So, thank you. Also, I'd like to ask for the statistics, maybe Dr. Trainee could say, for if students take 2 of those types of classes, how much it increases the graduation rate? Sure. Thank you, and through the Chair Birdie to Mrs. McComb. Sorry, I just met you tonight, so I'm getting new faces here tonight. We actually are very proud of our graduation rate. We're very data-driven. We're required to be data-driven with Perkins, and so we track what's called our CT concentrators. Those are students who are no longer funded for exploratory, so not participants. You can take a half a credit. You went, like I said, that model's the old-fashioned model, but we're funded on students that sit through a series of courses and that lead to outcomes, and whether that's college credit. But with that, then we also then track their indicators in how well they're doing in math, science, language arts, what the graduation rate is, what their placement rate. So we have quite a few indicators that we track through our data that we submit to DEED, and one of those is our graduation rate. And we enjoy for our CT concentrators any varies between a 96 and 97% graduation rate, which again, Dr. Trainee would have to remind me what our average rate is, which is pretty good for the state of Alaska. We may still lead there, but more in the 80%. We just know, we all would just agree when we find relevancy in life, when we find relevancy of what's in front of us, our hours in the day, we're more engaged. So for the students that do become concentrators, that's the metric we can lift, right? More students being concentrators, but for the students that do engage. And the real interesting study is when we disaggregate that data and we look at our subgroups that participate, and we've done that for some presentations in the past. That's really rewarding because then you can see how some of our special populations that are engaged in career and tech ed, some of them are 99, 100% graduation rates. So I do have that data if you ever want to drill down with this.
Dr. Larson, you mentioned Trotter. Dan Trotter was graduated from Colony. His dad taught for years there, also welding. So he's a graduate that came back. He's an excellent welder. Career Tech, to get into Career Tech, there's 200 freshmen, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, 200 freshmen they can get in, and there's over 200 they cannot get in. And that's why we're looking at expanding even all the other high schools into career tech to make sure that they can get in pathways. You talked about how you guys can help figure out how we can get more money for career tech. I mean, for building, for classes, that's the key figure to go with. I know some kids that go to career tech end up in middle college. Like they study finances at career tech and then they end up loving that and they go to the middle college and expand that way. So there's different pathways they can go. Our hope as a school district is to start pushing career tech down to the middle schools and getting these kids motivated.
You know, understanding the great expense CTE programs are, one of the things that's been contemplated at district office is taking career tech and running it on an A schedule and a B schedule. So that, you know, the school is in utilization for 8 hours during the day and sitting idle for 16. We're looking at a way for making the school operational for 16 hours out of the day and idle for 8. And save the taxpayers the expense of a second CTE structure and go that way. But unfortunately, finding instructors is incredibly hard in this day and age. So it may be a few years before that can come full circle. But we're actively looking at, you can see what we're doing now, but we're also looking at what we can do in the future. Because we understand that we have wait lists for just about all of these programs. And we got to find a way to certify or satisfy the need without going out and building another building and just expanding the infrastructure. Because we already have the infrastructure, it's just sitting vacant 16 hours out of the day. So.
And if you don't mind, through the chair, a couple comments on these. I don't think they were exact questions, but I do. If we have had delivery of our CT programs in the past, evening classes, after school classes, for all the reasons that you mentioned, expansion of program, access to programs. We got on a common bell schedule really as a chance for students to be able to navigate around the district, easier to get to courses. Our district-wide courses were in the evening, and so we have quite a few reps that we can learn from. We've done adult welding. We've partnered with Alaska Works Partnership and other folks to use our facilities in the evening for you know, adult developmental. So I'd be glad to, as you dig into that, to also offer commentary and a historical reference of where we have done some of that and the challenges and the successes. So thank you for thinking about that expansion opportunity. And then to Member Larson about the program availability, I just want to reiterate that we do have really in-depth programs that are comprehensive high schools. We have computers. We have the ag program is bar none the best in the state at Palmer High School. It is only at Palmer because of facility and instruction, but Wasilla High is an NC3 academy. They have many micro-credentials, Kubota training, Tormac training, just really opportunities, like I said, Houston, and so that access and availability poster will help you enlighten you to some of that. So even though Career Tech High School is a pathway model high school, and they have a language and a learning signature about their school based on a pathway high school model, those same programs of study are used across our district for sequencing courses and outcomes. And so again, just to differentiate Career Tech High as a delivery model, but we save those district seats in our district-wide classes for students across the whole district. So even if they are housed, for instance, aviation, which we do have a full slate in our private pilot and our airframes class where we're building airplane through Tango flights. In those classes, you will go in, and if you were asked to see a show of hands, I do it every time I go on a tour just to emphasize the fact that students are in there from Palmer, Wasilla, Colony. They might drive from Reddington if they can get the access, and we provide help with that with busing and wherever we can to help with access we do. So just know that that is on purpose that Career Tech High has its full-time component that you mentioned 200, but the classes that are magnets, we do have access for across the district. So pretty proud of that delivery method for our whole district.
Yes, Mr. Funnell.
Yeah, I want to share experience that we got to spend some time at Houston High School. My personal experience, what you're doing is phenomenal. It's amazing because when I didn't spoke very good English just a few years when I lived in the United States, one thing I did is when I went to Westlaw High School, I took the automotive class because that was kind of the cool thing. But I learned how to, my personal experience, I learned how to operate the tire machine and the bouncer fairly well in the time that I was there. Later, one time when I was looking for a job, I walked into Diversified Tire on the spot, showed the guy that I know how to operate, was hired, getting paid like on the spot. So that's just the experience. Mr. Clausen was a teacher and we spoke about him. And I'm not the only one who went and got into the similar like this and later meeting kids in life. It was an impactful thing. So I encourage you to do as much as possible in that. So that's my personal experience. When we attended that high school opening, it was amazing to see those welding stations and small engine, the wood repair class, culinary, and all those things. It's just, I believe that's what school should be about. That's what it should be focused on. And like you said, and for those who want to pursue it in higher education, it'll still be very beneficial for them. So instead of us debating, and I really encourage the school board, when you guys will be making decisions, focus more on this than so-called controversial subjects that we heard earlier about. And that's why I'm saying, like, eliminate, completely, not eliminate, but if we gave you more ability instead of the funds that we had out of the like library, where now everybody has a library in their hand, you know, I mean, thousands of square foot, and that I think is when we have this, and most kids will use this overall. I want to say how proud I am for what you're doing. My nephews and nieces went through Career Tech. My kids are probably going to go through that. I'm looking for that. That's one very exciting thing about being part of the school here, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Member
Okay, just real quick, I just want to say that today we received an email from the librarian at Wasilla High School who's doing a whole transformation to do kind of what Dimitri's talking about, to streamline it from the old traditional library to more of a career center. She had a few, like a job, like an interview, mock interview section and things like that. So exactly what you said, it sounds like she's trying to change that library into something more modern, usable space, which I thought was really exciting.
Go ahead, Member Young.
Yeah, I'd like to build on what Member Larson was talking about earlier with increasing revenue for this. I know there was a time when, I believe there was, when the school district, kids would build a house throughout the school year and then they would sell it at the end of the year. I know we've talked about that a little bit at the tech school there, and possibly helping bring that back, and the local homeowners association helping sponsor the program and donating construction management for free. Also, there was talk of possibly building some housing for lower cost income, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah, so through Adam DeVries, we are very proud of our history with construction trades. We built 20 homes throughout the district. We were in partnership with the borough. That's where we were kind of gifted our land that we paid, was in escrow. We paid for it as we finished our projects. Started with a $2,000, if you ever want a history lesson on that program, it started with a $2,000 loan from our school board in the late 70s. We built small projects until and the goal was to always make a profit and put it into the next project. And we were up to building, 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes, and the barrier really became the availability of land. that we could get to in a school day with our students and still have them be able to complete the rest of their schoolwork, get to the job site, deploy. And so we did have to kind of start thinking outside the box. How could we also do all phases of construction, that as many phases as we could, maybe on site. And so through that, we actually have a tiny home. We went that direction once because we were really wanting to investigate that market. You know, that's all the rage, and our tiny home's going to hopefully be for sale this spring. It was featured brought it out to the fair this year. So, so we have done other projects, but we really want to get back into, like you said, a bigger capacity. And so we were able to work with LKSD, so it is Lower Cusco School District. They have a need for teacher housing that they cannot produce with their program, and we have a program that's ready to produce. And so that's a perfect opportunity for us to partner as school districts, and we are in the MOA process right now, and we are that close that we will be able to build these modular homes, and they'll take possession and get them to the Port of Anchorage. We've already investigated. We have folks that'll do that for their district, and so we're well on the path of that conversation and that planning. And so thank you for intersecting and advising in there. But yes, that is going to be one of our showcase programs again.
I'd like to mention that we have a port out here.
Yeah,
that we should
that was a.
Maybe if we can.
So I'm going to let you.
Send them out of there. We'll talk about that later.
Thank you.
The tiny home, you gave me a tour of that thing is amazing, and I felt like, I think you were talking about possibly putting the bottom dollar price on it, maybe not auctioning it off, but I felt like it was substantially undervalued compared to what the market would bear, and I bet you can sell dozens and dozens of those, and that is the wave of the future. I mean, I think that's where we see people going as a society right now, especially with high interest rates. The whole idea of the McMansions has gone away in the last few years in our industry. We have to figure out how, like, the idea of a starter home is coming back right now. But you know, back to it's really hard to find land, and I knew why that program went away. But the tiny homes that you can hook up and pull somewhere, and you had a water heater in there, you had a shower. I mean, it was amazing. That might be a direction you want to look at going.
Thank you through the mayor. Member, yeah, we are going to do an auction process with that, just so it's fair. When we sold our homes, we sold them through a realtor, on the MLS, and so in this case, we will hold a reserve and we'll put it out there. And I think we'll be pleasantly surprised how what that will generate. But again, we have that opportunity in front of us. I think when we first started building that one, we really didn't know the market in tiny homes, and as somebody had said here, I think with the price of homes, the housing market changed dramatically since we built that, and so we weren't sure, but I think it's pretty clear that there's a market in any type of affordable housing. So our next steps are really to take just our capstone program at Career Tech High and push some of those wood programs at the other high schools into more of a construction realm, so they are doing small builds like that. So more access and for students to do those builds. So.
Deputy Mayor, can I have a motion for the assembly to extend the meeting?
What time is it right now?
It's 10 minutes to 10.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30.
Is there any objection from any assembly person to extend the meeting to 10:30? Hearing none, then the assembly will extend till then.
I always object, but not this time.
I only ask for the assemblies.
Yeah, I was just going to kind of piggyback off of what Member McCollum said. I spoke with the teacher, Laura Anderson at Wasilla High, and I was going to make an ask of Dr. Trainee. Presentation, it has to piggyback with CTE and turning their library almost kind of into more of a career technical training center as well, not getting rid of the library, but adding to it where partnerships in the community, apprenticeships, people are coming in and giving courses and classes. And I know alone she's already raised $40,000 from the community for buy-in. So if she could do even just a short presentation on what they're doing, I feel like it would be a really good, possible, just outside of the box way to get community buy-in, maybe another stream of revenue if they're wanting to come in and teach and just however she's doing it, I feel like it's very innovative and kind of cutting edge and could be an outside the box for us. If we could get her to present on that, that would be great.
Ms. Howard?
Just want to say how much I like that idea of extending the use of the building, because my child wanted to do kind of everything, sports and IB diploma, and she was also interested in nursing and aviation, and she couldn't make the nursing and aviation squeeze in there, and I think she would have maybe gotten exposure to that if she had the ability to do it after the school day, and that would be have been fantastic opportunities. I really like that idea, and then just I want to piggyback on something Trish said about the math skills that kids get from doing these kind of things. And one of my first neighbors when I moved to Valley was Richard DeBusman, who worked in the construction trades and helped those kids build houses. And he was the kind of guy you just loved to expose kids to. And he just talked about, he just felt so sneaky about it, teaching them slope and math because they had to build some and it had to work. And kids who otherwise weren't engaged were learning that. So, and then I just so appreciate the work you're doing, and I just feel like a lot of times the only thing that makes it in the newspaper is the terrible stuff, and I think it can be really demoralizing. And especially when you're a parent, you've been in the schools and you've seen how hard the teachers and staff work. I feel it's worth saying here that there's a huge amount of work that people in the school district do, and it's unsung, and it is. I don't know how to do it, but to get that message out about all the work that's going on in the schools to educate our kids and just kind of change the narrative that we're terrible and we don't teach, and because it's just not true. And so just listening to just this, and that's a slice of the work that's going on in the school district that teachers and staff are doing every day. Try to get that out there so people feel positive about it and want to contribute and engage in it. So thank you.
Yes, and through Mayor to member hours, so we have, again, this marketing campaign has great intentionality. I've spoken to Kiwanis, to Rotary. So if you have any stakeholder that wants to have this information, I'm happy to do that. Presented now, I think 3 times to the legislature on what we do in MatSu. I just testified today on our healthcare education. And so really, yeah, it's just permeating that. And now, it's like anything else, there's an ear for it, right? When there's a workforce gap, there's an ear for it. And so I think that, we have a big lift in our marketing. So, yeah, and if you have any other places that you would like, I have litany of places that I've given this presentation to, as well as our classes and our teachers. It's not a one-person effort, but we have a pretty impressive team, and they're bringing their students out all the time to industry, showing up, and they advertise just by what they do.
Member Larson. I agree totally with you on marketing stuff, and that's the problem with this instant message. You saw all these people talking tonight, and yet the district office has been working the last 2-3 weeks going through books. I've been scanning through thousands of books and trying to prioritize them and pull them and stuff like that. But that information isn't out there. What you hear is national information, and the same thing with career tech. You hear a teacher going sideways, one teacher out of 1,400 going sideways, so everybody has painted that on this. So the marketing is what we need to do more of, but it's kind of tough. It kind of goes underground because everybody likes this and likes to, go after each other and yell at each other. So that's something we have to live with. And how do you get ahead of social media? By educating kids, by doing what Trish is doing, what we're doing in all our schools, and having 95 or 98% of the parents and kids happy. But how you get ahead of this is the only problem.
Seeing that there are no more questions, thank you, Ms. Zuck. And
Thank you.
I want to add one thing. You planted an expectation with the Jolly Ranchers. My memory is very, very short, but Member Larson is an elephant over there. He remembers everything forever.
Okay, well, I will provide the first dose of Jolly Ranchers, and I have to go this late, so, thank you.
Okay, now we're moving on to staff comments. So we'll start off with Dr. Train.
Well, I just want to thank Ms. Zug, and I think you may remember at the beginning I said she has more in her head about CTE than she possibly can tell us tonight. I'm positive you could have kept going for 3 or 4 hours. I really appreciate it. She is a gem. I think you all see that we're lucky to have her. So thank you so much.
Mr. Brown?
I just wanted to thank Ms. Margot and her team. The Host Society is doing a lot of great heavy lifting for the community. I think the event next year is going to be remarkable, and just seeing the number of folks that are participating in that, signing up to do it, give it their free time, Amy being one of those. I don't know that she knows exactly what she signed up for, but it's too late now. And so I just appreciate that effort. I want to say thanks to those folks.
Member Cruz? Okay, moving on. Member Swanson?
I'm excited about that CTE and the development it's going to provide for the valley, just the pathway, and getting into the trades is a really good career path, and it's often overlooked, and I think that it's awesome that we're getting back into it. Thanks for that presentation.
Member Cruz, did I hear you come on? Oh, Member Larson?
Yes. Sorry, thank you for that on mute. I just want to thank everyone for their presentations. It was really informative, as well as CT. I think it's phenomenal. I used it when I was in high school. I was able to take advantage and do a lot of nursing classes, and that was a really wonderful blessing financially and educationally. So I hope everyone has safe travels, and Sarah was able to be there tonight. Thank you.
Member Larson?
I wanted to thank Katie for her job and presentation on the budget and trying to navigate through all the questions that are asked. And I really firmly believe that the borough manager and our superintendent can get together along with there and try to figure out the mill rate and everything else, and have a fair, constant money coming in, so we don't have to worry about it. It's the state that is so frustrating. We've gone as long as September into the new school year and not know what our budget is, and that's pretty frustrating at times. Also want to thank Trish. I know she works hard. I've worked with her over the years, and if we can even increase even more so, the key factor in the love of kids learning is to keep them out of the other side of the story, and that's our growing prison system. We can keep them out of trouble and get them educated, and when they walk out the door when they're 18, they can go into a job. They've got something to do instead of just hanging out. I love a kid when you ask them, well, what are you going to do when you graduate? I'm just going to hang out in Wasilla. Oh no, you're not. That's the wrong answer. And Amy, I want to thank her too for her tremendous work. It's going to be quite an event. And what I really stress for borough assembly members and school board members and stuff is be there to hang those medals over kids' heads and be there to volunteer in those kind of capacities. It's going to be a wonderful thing. And I thank everybody for tolerating me. Thank you.
Member Butcher?
This was extremely educational. I appreciate Ms. Gardner and all the information that you're able to bring and answers to questions. And it just seemed like a really good go-around on budget talks. Good things happening with the Arctic Winter Games. Really looking forward to that next year. As far as career tech, wanted to throw out there, I know at some point there was an exploration into 911 services and emergency dispatch. I actually have a close connection in that world and know a lot of people that would be willing to step up and help. They've actually brought that suggestion to me several times about wanting to help in that regard. I know Wasilla High is doing the firefighter thing. I think that could probably be expanded into police and emergency dispatch services as well as EMS. So I'd be willing to help on that where I can. Thank you.
Member McCollum.
Oh, yes, thank you. I really appreciate sitting here with all of you tonight. It was great to hear from all the different points of view, and I enjoy being with a big group like this. And yes, our presenters tonight were just phenomenal. All of them, Katie and Trish and Amy Spargo. So I enjoyed learning about all that, and I appreciate it. Thanks. Have a good night.
Member Underwood.
Yep, I will echo all the thanks, presentations, everything, all the time put into it. Winter Games, very excited for that. I would love to hang medals on kids. That would be awesome. Also, just the Borough Assembly. I know that we don't have all the solutions right now, but I think it's very important for the public that's listening in just to understand what goes on both sides of the table and everything that goes into it. And hopefully that message gets out just for more public education on what's happening between both bodies. I look forward to coming up with solutions to make it work. And one last thing was, I know basketball was at the same time as the auto. I was at the basketball. But just a highlight for the Valley, we may not have taken state, but out of all the teams in the entire state, both Colony High, boys and girls, had the highest cumulative GPAs on their teams. And I remember the announcer saying, what are they feeding these kids in Palmer? And so I just thought that was a yay for our Valley. We had great student athletes, so kudos to them.
Same thing in hockey.
Member Benin.
I'd like to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I'd like to ask God for wisdom with our budget talks, that we can meet everyone's expectations, to make cuts where they're needed, and to support parts that are needed. I want to ask for blessings for the Arctic Games, to keep everyone safe as they come and go out to our valley. Special blessings to the Career Tech, teaching our youth. Please bless our teachers and staff, that they may lead our students into the light. That students with insecurities, Lord, that they may be able to lean on you and be able to learn through your word and trust in you. That you may bring us all together, Lord. Bless us. Thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Mr. Fonoff.
Thank you, everybody. I really enjoyed this meeting. I actually don't mind late meetings like this one. They're productive, honestly. Excited about the Winter Games as well, especially if we get to give some hope that I will be in this position still to give away some of those medals. That would be pretty cool, I think, to go there. I do think, I don't mean as far as not here, but it's important that hopefully we will very focus not necessarily about so-called what flag is hanging and which values we're promoting when it comes to our Winter Game, but very focused on the safety, security, safe parking, medical staff, reliable transportation, that kind of side of things, so that we are safe when we have these kind of events, ultimately, that's what will make the best event when there's no any accidents, so to speak. So I would encourage for the safety side of things to be taken very seriously about the winter event that we're going to have next year. I'm really encouraged by Ms. McCollum to learn that the librarian at the Wasilla High School is doing some changes to implement some of the very practical skills that will impact those kids to be able to get a job and things like that. And talk to Trish, and the last thing I want to mention is that when we discussed a little bit, I said, well, we always kind of almost beat on ourselves, like, well, Alaska's number 49 or 50 in education. But when we take away areas outside of Valley, we're actually doing pretty darn good. So I'm very encouraged about that, and with her being in charge and really bringing more of that kind of discipline into our school structure here, I think we're just on the way to be even better, and I'm encouraged to know that, and I want to say thank you to all of you.
Number 2.
I would just say thank you to everybody and all the great presentations tonight. And I was excited to hear about the career tech, and I'm very excited about the winter games. And yes, there was some negative input today at the beginning, and that was kind of hard to sit here and listen to. But I think there was a lot more good here tonight. Well, I know there was a lot more good here tonight than the negative that came in. And thank you, and sorry we have to have uncomfortable talks about budgets, but I think that's how it goes.
Member McKee?
There was a lot of negativity in the beginning, but I think it was well deserved. These parents are dreadfully worried about their kids, and I just, that's what they have to show up to make themselves heard. The stuff that's in some of the books that I've seen, it's just, I would be afraid to send my child to a public school that would have that stuff on hand. So I think they need to be listened to. They are very sincere. They're going to be strong. They're just going to get stronger, and they should. So, bless them.
Member Nowers?
This was really rewarding discussion tonight, just to sit with the school board and know that we're on the same page, that we want to try to figure out this puzzle. And we don't want kids to just like, oh, we graduated them. We want them to be engaged and have a place to land, and while they're in school, be engaged in it, and I guess just as part of that puzzle, like, if we can continue to work together, I think, and I'll just throw this out there because I think we should keep discussing and trying to figure out how to work out of this box. But I think for me personally, it's pretty hard to envision passing on anything more than like a 3% increase from property tax. I mean, I would love to keep it lower, but like increasing people's property taxes like maximum 3%. So if we're to do that without impacting rural operations, that side of our equation, that's like a $2 million to the school district. It's a $7 million increase, so that's a $5 million shortage. So I'm not saying that's where I'm set at, but last year we passed on a 10% or 7% increase, without cutting into the borough. So like, I don't want to see us cut into the borough more significantly. So if the school board and the staff can help us on your end to try to close that gap, whatever way we can do it, and then work together to push for the state for that BSA funding, because it looks like, for every additional $100 in that BSA funding over the $250 that you've already budgeted for, that's $3.5 million back to your budget. And then, just to come back to the overall goal, what are we trying to do? Like, we want to be able to offer all these CTE classes. We want to have equipment in the classroom that allows kids to experience these things. So, beyond just like keeping our head afloat is looking beyond that. So how do we do that and keep that discussion going? But I kind of wanted to, that's kind of where I'm looking at, and if we can get ideas from you guys on how we can close that gap on the borough end, but also achieve the goals that we're trying to achieve. So, anyways, this was really good. I don't think there's anything more important than this. So I really appreciated the conversation.
Member Young?
Thank you. Before we get into any serious comments, I'd like to have a little fun. So I am going to work hard to make sure the city of Wasilla has more volunteers in our department. And then I think that next year, before we talk about money at all, we should have Trish, because that was absolutely the best part of the evening. No, in all seriousness, kind of building on what Member Larson said earlier, I'd really like to see these talks begin before this meeting, and then get the superintendent and the manager together. And I'm not saying you weren't, right? I'm not saying you don't, but just have some pretty serious talks about where we're at, and inflation, and all these different things. Maybe before the meeting, so that we can come here and not have to. We got 14 brilliant problem solvers here, all trying to do the same thing, and that's protect the best interests of our community and our taxpayers and our children. And so, but maybe in the future, like I said, however we used to do it before, it was baked in with a set amount, that process, maybe trying to get back to that, so. And then to the parents that spoke tonight, I can only imagine how frustrating that must be. We've seen frustrations boil over in here. I flew home from Moose Camp last year so that I could attend the meeting for the bathroom discussion, you know, and we know we've got a very active parent base out here. That's a good thing. That's a good problem to have, and they need to be heard, you know, like Ms. McKee said. So I would offer this up possibly to the school board is I cannot tell you how grateful I am as an assembly member to have a planning commission. It's an independent body. We appoint them, or we don't appoint, we suggest, an assembly member will suggest, and some, you know, maybe more times than not, they're appointed, but so you have equal representation. There's 7 members, they're spread out throughout the community, 1 from each district, and maybe if, you know, you guys might want to look at doing something like that, having an independent body that reviews content that's in schools. I'm not a burn the book type of person. I believe even the worst part of our history needs to be told. It's how we prevent it from happening again. But when it comes to education, history is a big part of education. And I, as a parent, think that we should stick to the basics, which is history, math, reading, English, science, right? And let parents handle the social side of things. But that's just me personally, and I'm just one person, so you know, maybe if you guys thought about setting up an independent body of yourself and getting recommendations from them and having them review it before it came to you, it might work out as brilliant as it does for us with our planning commission. I can tell you it's a good public process. They have their own public commenting period, and then everything comes before us later. But it does work very well, and that may be something you want to consider. Yeah, that's all I got. Thank you.
I'd like to thank everybody who developed their presentations today. They were all very well done. Thank you. And with that, I wish everybody a safe drive home and back.
I wish to agree regarding the presentations. Let me just ask, did Assembly Person Hale ever sign in? Yes, not. Thank you.
With that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any objection? Hearing none, we're adjourned.
Thank you all for everybody being here tonight. Again, you can find this video live, replayed again on YouTube, Facebook at Politadick and Politadick Unfiltered. You can also go to Rumble within the next 6 hours. It should be uploaded to there and be able to rewatch it on that platform. As always, you can watch us live when we are live at Politadick.com. And while you're there, please go to our support page. Make a contribution, help us grow, help us cover the ever-increasing costs, help us cover the costs of what cancel culture is trying to do to us right now. You know the one that's weaponized our federal government against us all. Well, it's now kind of turned on a local level, and they're now coming after me. Your support can do a lot towards making sure that doesn't happen, and to make sure that our freedoms and our liberties, our First Amendment rights out there are well protected. Your support can make sure that continues to happen within our state. Again, please like and share this video. Thank you guys all for being here once again tonight, and we will see you the next time around.
You know, whatever amount of time you need to talk about whatever. Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that. Did you buy your beef rub? Take it from me. Oh, yeah.
during the autumn was coming, so this is over.
I believe that it's kind of like, the right doors open at the right time. I didn't have to break into it. I didn't have to use it. Ms. Mayor, thank you so much. You didn't get to speak at the end. Did they speak?
No, I said thank you, but then also I wasn't sure if Tim had signed on.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So when we're over at the assembly, we're so depends whoever's
It was good for a change, I enjoyed it.